All right, guys and gals. So sorry. TJ was on time and I'm late. But I have some griping and complaining to do. I was going to show something during the daily grindhouse, but like, screw it. I can do that on another stream. So, um, hey, Sean Blue Digital, or just Sean. I'll probably just call you Sean. Um, so here's the real quick and dirty reason why I'm late. Um, I've been using Instacart. I don't know how many of you guys and gals out there use Instacart, but I've been using it for several years now. And this was the most pathetic order I have ever placed. I don't know how this guy got 5-star reviews because, like, I asked for certain things and he said he couldn't find them or they were out of stock. 9 total items, he said, were not there. So I thought, well, okay, I'll try to get replacements. Well, he couldn't find the replacements. So I just think the guy wasn't looking hard enough, but maybe that's just me being cynical. I don't know. But then when I got the order, it was even worse because I asked for homestyle chicken noodle. What did he give me? 25% less sodium, regular chicken noodle soup. That's going to taste like shit. Because I know a lot of sodium's not real good for you, but let me tell you, as a connoisseur of soups over the years, including condensed soup in a can, anytime they take that much sodium out of something like chicken noodle, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be very flavorful. Um, then let's see the cream of chicken soup I got. He gave me the least fat. It's like 98% fat free. That's going to make it taste bad. My dad always had a saying, 0 fat equals 0 taste. So you can imagine what that's going to be. Yeah, but I'm not going to keep going on and on about it, but it just made me so angry. I was so agitated that when the order finally came in, at least he got my ice cream cones right. At least I got my drumstick cones. And I just was so aggravated. I just got one of those right out of the box and started eating it because when I get aggravated, I want to eat something good. And hell, I feel like I haven't had anything good all day. But, anyways, take a breather, Dana, and it'll be all right. Me and TJ will get into these Friday 13th series episodes here shortly. But I do want to go over the ever long list of watch alongs. And as I said, I will save the Daily Grindhouse for maybe tomorrow night when I do the first official Seductive Poison the Resurgence show. So, all right. So, August 5th and 6th, that's this weekend. My first ever 2-part watch along for Stephen King's Salem's Lot, directed by the late great Toby Hooper. August 12th. Yes, I love this movie, and I'm not ashamed to say it. Terror on Tour. I'm still trying to get some of the guys that were actually in the film to be live on the stream. I haven't heard back from 3 of them, but I did hear back from Larry Thomas, who played their manager in the movie, and is also known as the Soup Nazi on Seinfeld. He's a really nice guy. I interviewed him back when I was still doing the Blood Type fanzine, and he had a lot of funny stories to tell. He included even more funny stories in his reply back to me. Now, he said he won't be able to be live on the stream because he's going to be at a party where he's basically the guest of honor. So that wouldn't do for him to miss his own party, would it? And then he said he's going to be I guess, on vacation or busy for the next 2 weeks. But I told him, if he had some time after that 2 week period, if he'd let me know what day and time will work best for him, I would certainly work him in. So that's the news I got for Tara on tour right now. August 13th, Almost Famous. August 19th, the original Pet Cemetery. August 20th, Fast Times at Ridgemont High. August 26th, the original Carrie, directed by Brian De Palma. August 27th, Mystic Pizza. Still planning on getting. I'm waiting for TJ to laugh down there because I'm still planning on getting my frozen Mystic Pizza from Whole Foods. I'm just waiting until that weekend that we do the actual live stream or watch along for it. September 2nd, Phantasm. September 3rd, Stand By Me. September 9th, Body Bags. September 10th, Private School. September 16th, Children of the Corn. September 17th, The Breakfast Club. September 23rd, Cujo. September 24th, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And by the way, that was what I got in today that I was going to show, but I'll show later. I actually got the 4K of Ferris Bueller's Day Off in today. September 30th, look out, guys. And I say guys because we're going to be doing a watch along for the original 1978 exploitation classic, I Spit on Your Grave. So the guys that are in here, be sure to protect your nether regions that night because the ladies might get a little wild. They might get behind Camille Keaton and just go all crazy. So be sure to protect yourself. October 1st, Dead and Buried. October 7th, Hell Night. October 8th, Fatal Attraction. That might be another one for guys to watch out on. October 14th, House by the Cemetery. October 15th, Flashback starring Dennis Hopper and Kiefer Sutherland. October 21st, Dressed to Kill. October 22nd, Howard the Duck. October 28th, Halloween. October 29th, Halloween H2O. And by the way, Halloween is the original 1978 John Carpenter directed Halloween. No Rob Zombie shit on my streams. Okay. Unless somebody actually requested on down the road, and then I may have to do it, but not right now. November 4th, Rocky Horror Picture Show. November 5th, Forrest Gump. November 11th, the original Maniac starring Joe Spinell. November 12th, Blues Brothers. November 18th, Home Sweet Home. November 19th, Home for the Holidays. November 25th, Misery. November 26th, the Beatles themed I Want to Hold Your Hand. December 2nd, Psycho. And that's the original Psycho, no Vince Vaughn stuff. December 3rd, be sure to bring your tissues, guys and gals, if you cry easily, because we're doing a watch along for Mask, starring Eric Stoltz and Cher. December 9th, Silver Bullet. December 10th, It's a Wonderful Life. I'm watching the original black and white version. You guys can watch the colorized version on your end if you would like. December 16th, Silent Night, Deadly Night. December 17th, A Christmas Story. The weekend of December 23rd, because the 24th is Sunday, that's Christmas Eve, we will only be having one watch along that weekend. That will be on the 23rd, and it's National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. December 30th, Bloody New Year. December 31st, Terror Train. And guys and gals, I'm on up until like midway through March of next year. So here we go, January, February, and partway through March. And hopefully TJ's not going to tune out on me here and leave. January 6th, Blood Cult. January 7th, Just One of the Guys. January 13th, Intruder. January 14th, Porky's. January 20th, Lisa, starring Stacy Keenan. Does anybody remember Stacy Keenan, by the way? January 21st, Pretty Woman. January 27th, The Nest. January 28th, The Wedding Singer. February 3rd, Reanimator. February 4th, Roadhouse, starring Patrick Swayze. February 10th, My Bloody Valentine. February 11th, My Girl. February 17th, Motel Hell. February 18th, Groundhog Day. February 24th, Phantom of the Mall, Eric's Revenge. February 25th, Play Misty for Me. Guys, you might want to watch out on that one as well. March 2nd, Rabid, the David Cronenberg film. March 3rd, Dolores Claiborne. March 9th, Splatter University. And March 10th, Revenge of the Nerds. So, got a whole heck of a lot of watch-alongs in the works. And hopefully I'll be able to get some special guests for some of these upcoming watch-alongs. Now, I'm going to take a look real quick here because the chat was blowing up as I was talking. Sean, you say LOL, either one is fine. Hey, Unseen. Hey, Blissful. Blissful says, oh, Dana, I've had that with Instacart a few times. It's very frustrating. Yeah, I mean, it really aggravated me this time, but I won't keep going on and on about it. Sean, you say, my favorite Friday the 13th, the series episodes, the one with the killer scarecrow from season 1. And yes, TJ and I did cover that one. That was one of my favorites too. Blizzle says, my first time viewing the movie, I bought 2 cans of Aquanet. Russell says, Dana, August 5th on Saturday is my birthday. Well, you can come on into the watch along for Salem's Lot and celebrate with us. Hey, Chris. And thank you very much, Chris. Chris says, slash the like. By the way, Dana, when is I Spit on Your Grave watch along? Let me hold on just a second. Well, if I could get these turned around right. September 30th, Chris, is when I'm doing I Spit on Your Grave. Russell, you say Day of the Woman is a great film. Sean says, LOL, I love how Evil Dead Chick is concerned for the guys. Well, yeah, if we were having movies where the guys, well, actually, there is concern for the ladies too, because there's going to be a lot of rape and abuse in this film too. Chris, you say busy lady. Yeah, I always try to stay busy. It keeps me out of trouble. X-Ray says, we discussing that bullshit final season with the new guy no one liked. Well, not yet, X-Ray, but we'll be getting to it. Thank you, Blissful. Blissful says, please hit the thumbs up. Thank you. Sean, you say, LOL, I wish I could have a legit schedule like this and actually follow through with them all. Well, yeah, I guess that remains to be seen with me, but I'm going to give it the old college try there. Chris, you say The Nest is great. I have that book as well. I don't have the book, but I always have loved that movie. I completely agree, X-Ray. John D. LeMay was the man. Very charismatic actor. Surprised he didn't go on to a bigger acting career. Let's see. Okay. So, and I have my book, as I'm sure that TJ has his too. We both got matching books. They're both hardback editions of Curious Goods. And there's one big reason why I got this book. Other than I like the behind the scenes stories. It's going to allow me to cheat a little bit because guess what? I had to go through some of these episodes really fast, and so I might need my little cheat sheet here. Okay. So I've got that ready for the first episode. Now, I did watch some of these episodes, just some of the later ones, due to, I was trying to finish up watching all of them, and all that bullshit with the Instacart order just got me totally behind. So anyway, gonna go ahead and add TJ, aka Mr. Friday, here to the stream. Hey, TJ.
Hello, Dana. How are you?
I'm good. Is that a Born to Be Rad shirt?
It is, yep.
Oh my gosh, he's advertising Garrett on here. I need to make sure he gets a Deadites on Deck shirt.
Yeah, there you go. I paid for this one, so
Well, how about here in the near future, I just have one sent to you?
If it comes, it comes. If I get it in the mail, I get it in the mail.
You might not want me asking you your size on here because I'm not sure what size. You look like a very slim guy to me, but some people like their shirts bigger. Just so if you don't want to say it out loud, you can send me a message or something later.
Well, when they start making these fucking shirts that have the seam down the side so it tapers and fits you well, then I have to hold in my stomach when I'm sitting down because it doesn't work properly. Who decided that? I like the old shirts that just everything was loose.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's like these super skinny people. I'm not talking about just slim people. I'm talking about these people that are skeletons or they just look like a stick or something. Maybe they're the ones. The problem I have with shirts, and I'm not trying to be dirty, but it's my boobs that cause the problem with me most of the time with my shirts. But anyway.
When people talk about woke being bad, I think people who created slim fit shirts are the devil. That's what they should be concentrating on.
Oh, and hi, Darren, by the way. I didn't want to miss saying hi to you. Let's see. Sean says someone should drop Chris C's channel link. I'm not a mod and can't do it. Well, I'll do that in a little bit. Maybe when TJ starts talking about one of these episodes, I'll go hunt it up and put it in the chat for everybody, so everybody can go subscribe to Chris if they haven't. So, this is probably going to be interesting tonight, being as I don't think TJ will mind me telling this. Right before we started, TJ says, I can talk about the first 9. You can talk about the last one. So he might have been having a little bit of the same trouble I did. So probably not the same thing. But I do love this book, though, because if I've forgotten what the cursed antique is, it tells you what the cursed antique is.
Yeah, right at the beginning.
Yeah. And it tells you the original air date. It tells you who it was directed by. And yeah, so me and TJ should be all good. So the first episode of the second season is Doorway to Hell. This one was directed by William Fruitt, who I believe did Funeral Home, which is a Canadian movie. So that sounds about right. But I think he did some other movies too, but I'm not remembering.
He did that snake movie, Spasms. He did that one.
Oh, okay, he did Spasms. Did he do one called Trapped?
I don't know. He directed one of my favorites, though, Kill a Party.
Oh, that's right.
These are the best times of my life. These are
That
the
song
best
gets
times.
that gets in your head. Although it does sound like a sitcom from the 80s.
Yeah, I wish they had that. I wish they had a soundtrack because there's songs on there that I could never find. I was like, oh, I like. It's annoying, but I like that song. I
I
don't know.
liked it too. It got in my head, and I was like, I think I was actually singing it, like for a day afterwards. Um,
Oh,
so,
whenever I think of that movie, that song comes right to my head.
so this is an episode that's actually going to open with a recap of a previous episode, which was Bottle of Dreams.
This is
So,
kind of. Episode is kind of. Sorry to interrupt you.
oh no, it's fun.
This episode is sort of like that last episode was of the last season was all clips, and I think this would have been the episode that would have been that episode if they had the writers that
Right, if the writer's strike had.
But I guess the writer's strike was over by the time the second season was about to release because it came out the following season. So I'm gonna guess that writer's strike they got what they wanted that year, or they settled for it. This year, I don't know. They're already canceling like award shows and stuff.
And so we get kind of the return of Uncle Lewis yet again, the great Archie.
Last time.
Yeah. Yeah, sadly we won't see Uncle Lewis again.
Who knows, if they had done a full third season, they might have brought him back again.
Probably would have, but
and I didn't like the new guy either. I
didn't either. And I remember not liking that guy way back when the show was in its original run. I'm like, what the heck?
I was annoyed. Hey, I was like, why did they get rid of Ryan? Why did he leave? And I'm like, yeah, I didn't like him at all. Like, first he's like hitting on Mickey too much, and then all of a sudden he's going to be like the new guy, and I was like, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, we didn't need that. But anyways, I'm going to let TJ start talking about Doorway to Hell. And I'm going to go look for the link to Chris's channel and see if I can put that in the chat.
Okay, so we find out Uncle Lewis had owned a house, and the cursed item of the episode is a mirror, and the mirror was in his room, and we find out through Jack figuring out that it wasn't an actual item at the cursed at the shop. It was cursed because he was performing his satanic rituals in his bedroom, and then the mirror, witnessing these rituals, sucked up all the evil. So that's why it's so the mirror is cursed, but it's not a curse from the store, which I thought, oh, that's something different at least. And we get like a haunted house episode, basically what it is. So it's got some creepy stuff. It's not too original because, like I said, it's a haunted house episode. And if you think of the last episode of the previous season, it's sort of a rehash of that. But we get Rashid back, which I like him a lot, so I'm glad he came back. So he's sort of helping Jack. And I read something in the book about, it wasn't specific, but the guy who plays Rashid is like, oh, they were the guy who plays Jack, Chris, what's his face? Chris Wiggins. He alluded that maybe he was being a little too big for his britches, and they were trying to like go, hey, we can replace you and bring someone else in. So that's what the guy who plays Rashid, that's what he thought. But I don't know the context that he thought that, but that's an interesting idea to that. So we got this guy, robs a convenience store. I forget if he kills somebody or not. Him and his buddy or something like that. Mm-hmm. And they end up at the house that Uncle Lewis owned, and Uncle Lewis possesses one of them. The other one, they kill him, and then we got Ryan and Mickey going to the house, and Jack and Rashid are sort of like they're basically trapped in the house, and Jack and Rashid are trying to get them out. Right. And then Jack has to do a Kristen Parker from A Nightmare on Elm Street and go into the
exactly
the world of the mirror world, which I can't remember. I don't know if they really did too much with the mirror aspect, like reverse stuff. That would have been a cool idea, but I don't really think they. I just think they were just trapped in the mirror world, and then Uncle Lewis is trying to get back into the real world again, and he doesn't succeed, and I forget if the possessed guy gets killed or not. I forget that. I forget if he dies or not, but. They managed to.
I wanted to say, yeah, he did.
Yeah. I mean, he was a bad guy, but he wasn't his, And another different thing, it wasn't a cursed item he had. He just happened to be breaking into someone's house, which I guess is that's against the law. So, but yeah, and then Mickey and Ryan think that Jack is lost, that he's either lost in the mirror world, or is dead, and they come back to the store, like Mickey's crying and Ryan's all sad, and he shows up, like just hadn't taken a shower, and he's like, "Hey guys, what's going on?"
Yeah, I love when they do that, because it kind of lets you off the hook a little bit. Because some of these episodes in of these first 10, there were a lot of really tense episodes. It's like they were foregoing a lot of the comedy and the lighter parts that they had in the first season.
Yeah.
And now everything's so tense all the time.
They had a little comic relief at the end. Rashid says, let's see, he says, they're like, "Oh, he's alive, and you guys, you did it." And Rashid goes, "I did it with mirrors, ha ha ha." Yeah. And then Jack is like, "Well, we've seen the last of Lewis," and then you hear in the distance a mirror, some glass breaking, and they all look and like, "Oh," and it's a freeze frame, and it's like,
yeah,
so it's sort of a lighter ending, but yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, in these first few episodes, there's a lot of emotional stuff going on.
Yeah.
And again, Ryan's falling for people, and I'm like, give up, Ryan. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that was something I was going to bring up, because if he gets too close to any women for any length of time, either, they don't all die, but a lot of them do, or something else bad will happen to the person or the person's family. It's like you're almost to the point where you're thinking, is Ryan cursed, and is Mickey cursed too, because they've been around all these cursed items so much, and perhaps Jack is even cursed after what happened to the woman he reconnected with in one of the episodes from the first season. So I didn't think about that before, but the more we're talking about these, it almost seems like because they have been exposed to all these cursed items, maybe it's rubbed off on them a little bit.
Yeah.
But so did you like this episode, TJ?
I thought it was fine. It wasn't one of my favorites, but like I said, it's a haunted house movie. I liked Rashid. Some of the things were cheesy, like there's a cheesy like devil horn shadow creature thing that's like, It's like, all right. But it was creepy enough. But yeah, I mean,
I was looking at what Chris said. He says, "Just put the Friday 13th series on my wish list, and I forgot there's Tales from the Dark Side series." Oh, heck yeah. You need to get that too, of course.
Yeah.
Blissful says, "Wonderful. I saw TJ's name and had to check what day it was, because you're Mr. Friday." Sean, I agree with you. I do enjoy Dark Side a little bit more than Friday 13th the series. However, I still like Friday 13th the series quite a bit, and really enjoyed going back and rewatching these episodes. So anything else that you want to say about this episode, TJ, or
no?
Okay.
No, by the way, he doesn't die. They actually save the dude.
Oh, okay. Why did I
because
think he died?
because he comes out of the house, and because Lewis is still trapped in the house, he can't leave the body of the guy he's possessing. So there's a scene where he's at Mickey and Ryan pull the guy through the doorway, and then you see Jack. You see Uncle Lewis sort of like and the guy's like unconscious on the ground.
So did the other guy, the meaner guy, did he die? Maybe that's where I'm getting.
Yeah, he gets killed.
That's what I thought. Okay. Uncle Bill wants to know how late we're going tonight.
You know.
You never can tell, Uncle Bill.
By the way, there are people who do things like this with episodes, and they do like one episode at a time, and they do like 30 minutes per episode. So we're actually, even at 3 hours or 4 hours, we're still less time than people who do a full series and they do between 30 minutes and an hour. Like I'm a fan of Futurama, and I've been watching some people do a podcast about the show, and they do an hour, and those episodes are a half hour. So we're getting through these faster, even if it's 4 hours. We're just doing it in one setting, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're doing it live too. Those people do videos. I don't have because somebody said something about them, so I decided not to wear them anymore. Who could that be? Oh, I don't know. I'm very susceptible to people telling me that I shouldn't do something.
Chris likes your Mountain Dew hat. I like your Mountain Dew hat, by the way, too. I'm not drinking a Mountain Dew right now, though. I'm drinking a A&W.
Is this product placement? Having my?
I don't know. If I get struck, TJ, I'm going to be coming to you, buddy.
Yeah, you might get one from Garrett. He might have to.
Garrett will be like, I got copyright claims on that. Can't wear that on anybody's show but mine. Oh, okay. So I'll just say something real quick about this episode.
Sure.
I'm like TJ. It's not one of my all-time favorite episodes, but I do agree with the author of this book, Curious Goods, that they felt like Rashid was maybe meant at one time to be on more episodes because he was an excellent character. I agree with that. And then they said maybe if it had went on, the show had went on longer, maybe there would have been more Rashid that was in there. He's a good character. I think he makes a good balance between, the other three and him. They kind of just even things out a little bit. I like that hockey mask Jason back there.
That's a decal for back of a car.
Cool. That's awesome.
I thought it's 13. It fits with one of the episodes.
Where'd you get it at? Do you remember?
Christmas. I don't know who got it.
Okay. So somebody got it for you. So.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next episode is the Voodoo Mambo. Not the Voodoo Mamba, but the Voodoo Mambo. And we're going to explain why that.
You're going to go dancing to that, Mambo?
This was directed by Timothy Bond, who the name sounds kind of familiar, but I really can't place him. But the cursed antique this time is a voodoo mask. So I'm going to let TJ start talking about it, and then I'll add some things too.
Yeah, the director directed a bunch of horror TV. He directed a bunch of Goosebumps. He directed a bunch of Alfred Hitchcock Presents, the revival that they brought back. I don't know if he directed anything like Sliders. Yeah, he directed like a bunch of TV crap. But yeah. So the Voodoo Mambo. Voodoo Mambo number 5. I just closed my tab. I wanted to look that up. Okay. I was almost prepared.
Ooh, that's interesting, Darren. CK's talking about they're having a big guest announcement on tomorrow's show, and Darren said, "Could it be Tom Sullivan?" CK. Well, all I know is TJ got TJ on the brain because TJ's on here with
I'm
me.
right here.
But CK told me a few days ago that this was going to be somebody I would be interested in, evidently. So,
The guy who directed
oh boy.
your favorite movie in the entire world. I'm not even going to say the name. It's like, don't say evil names or they'll hear about. It's like Beetlejuice. You can't say Beetlejuice 3 times. Or
You talking about ED 2013, and I don't mean erectile.
no, I meant you the one you like that everybody else
Oh,
loves.
the one that. Oh, okay.
The one you to do a watch along on for
On August 12th, yeah.
that one. What's that? No, we don't want to talk about it. Anyway, so there's some kind of festival going on. I guess if this was like New Orleans, this would be like a festival in New Orleans, but it's not. It's wherever they are. Curious Goods is in Canada, I guess, because everybody's saying oot. And
Or else they just, they don't care, but they want us to think it's in the United States somewhere. I don't know.
guess. So it's the Solstice Festival. I guess that's a thing. And they meet a friend of Jack's. What's his name? Headley.
Yeah.
Who's a Legba. Is he like a voodoo priest or something like that?
He's a high priest of old African religion, and I'm cheating because I'm looking at the book.
And the guy who plays that guy, he's the asshole doctor in the Blob remake. The scientist guy.
Oh yeah.
The one who's like, everything's fine. Oh no, I'm gonna kill you, little kids. That guy. Yeah, he's a. That's not his only movie, but. And they meet his granddaughter, and she's like the high priestess, and she's like, she's gonna become the high priestess. She's like,
yeah, she's
on the way up to becoming a high priestess.
Yeah, she's being ordained. They have to go through this whole process.
Yeah, so that's happening. So they're having that discussion, but she wants to sort of like have some fun first before she goes through with her thing. And then, Mickey and Ryan and Jack are joining in the festivities and whatever.
And Ryan gets enamored of women way too quickly because he's got his eye on Stacy.
I mean, that's fine, but certain episodes where he falls in love with them after 2 minutes, it's like, okay, falling in love is a little bit different than
I think he fell
wanting to do it with them. I mean, come on.
I think he fell in love with Stacy in like 2 seconds because the look on his face is like, I'm going to get me some of that.
She's hot, whatever. Anyway, but yeah, I don't trust anybody with Ryan. But so so that's going on. Meanwhile, this is spoiled rich dude. The hell's his name?
Carl? Is it Carl?
Yeah, Carl Walters. Yeah. He's his father's died, and the lawyer tells him, your dad said you squandered everything that he gave you, and so there's nothing for you to have, so you're screwed. He's like, no, I have nowhere to live. You can't sell this house from under me. He's like, sorry, that's what I'm doing. So that guy's just like, screw you, kid. You messed up your life. Deal with it.
Yep. And now, by the way, you don't have a house now.
Yeah. So meanwhile, he's trying to get as much crap as he can out of that house while he meets up with the realtor. And she's like, oh, how you doing? Like, she doesn't know that he's been thrown out, basically. So she's acting all nice towards him. And that's when he discovers, like, he has discovered the mask in his dad's belongings. And I guess the mask turns on and kills the realtor with this really cool snake. This snake comes out of the mouth of the mask of the.
No, I'm not trying to correct you, TJ, but
go ahead, correct.
The realtor does know, and she's kind of bitchy.
Yeah, she doesn't seem as bad. Maybe I read her wrong when her acting. I don't know.
oh, we have everything in order because he tells her, I think there's been a mistake. And she's like, no, there's everything's in order. She's like, here's the eviction notice, and here's this, and here's that.
Oh, okay. Well, but she seemed nice about it. I thought she was nice. I don't know.
But she is played by Lori Hallier, who
Oh, yeah.
who played Sarah on My Bloody Valentine. I mean,
Yes.
she's in another stuff, but she did play Sarah in My Bloody Valentine. And I kept looking at her, and it was the same way I did with Leslie Dawson when she was in one of the episodes from season 1. I was like, I know her. Who is that? And then I saw her name in the credits.
She didn't look like the one from.
No, she looked familiar, but she didn't look like Sarah.
I mean, yeah, she is like what? So this was 89, something like that, and Valentine was 80, 81. She aged. I mean, she's not old looking, but she's a mature looking compared to that. And I'm like, okay, like saying that was Lori Hallier. I was like, oh, okay, now I know because I was. But Leslie Donaldson, I figured it out eventually watching the episode without looking up. I was like, oh, that's Leslie Donaldson. How did I not know that right away? But
see, I don't know how I didn't know, but I did not know that was Leslie Donaldson until the credits. I was like, dang, Dana, you're losing your touch here.
I should have known right away, but no, I took like 2 minutes before I figured it out. But yeah, I was like, oh, okay, well. Well, she didn't make it through this one. She made it through the Valentines, but
yep.
She became a realtor, and then she died. So too bad. So that happens. I was reading about this happens a few times where the snake comes out of the mouth, and I think they kind of use the same shot maybe every time, because in the book they discuss how they achieved the shot. I think it's more interesting. I like the episode, but I think when I read about the snake thing, I thought, oh, this is more interesting than the episode. Because in what they did was they got a trained snake that was supposed to kind of jump out, and how they would coax it out through the mask mouth was with dead rats. And this snake was very finicky. He only would have rats that were skinned. So there was a bunch of dead rats on the set, which they fed to the.
Yeah, he liked the mice, but only if they're peeled.
Yep.
And they had an egg carton full of skin recently thawed dead mice. Oh.
Yep. And they kept not getting the shot, so I think they had about 8. They fed it about 8 rats because this thing just was like M&M's. He was a compulsive eater of. And then he got to a point where it was like tired because it ate so much, so they had to like wait.
So the camera.
And they finally got the shot where it sort of like comes out and sort of goes to the side, and then we see a cut away to the fake snake ripping someone's throat out, which I think that's a kind of cool. That was a cool story effect. I like
that effect. Now, I didn't know this either, but this is in the book too. The cameraman brought his own 6-foot-long rat snake. So he brought his own pet snake for this. It wasn't like they had a snake wrangler actually using their snake. He told me they only eat once a month, and he hadn't fed it for about 5 weeks. It's like, holy cow, he was probably ravenous. But he was.
I don't think that was a good thing to do. I mean,
no, I wouldn't.
I guess he did it for the shoot, but still, like, I don't think you're.
That would be like me not feeding Ash my ball python for like 5 weeks. That seems like torture to me to do that to your pet.
So anyway, I guess the demon of the mask is now out in the world because there's a sort of during the festival they're doing like this ritual or whatever, and Mickey Ryan's new girlfriend is she sort of sees a vision in like a is it a cauldron or something like that, and they have this thing, and then they have like a discussion in the shop about what's going on with, and they really can't they bring up. I think they bring up the what the hell is her name? The voodoo priestess, who's the one that's the one that's possessing the mask.
Oh, the Laosha, is that her name?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there's a point where where the mask talks and it tells who they are and gives the villain speech about what they're gonna do, which happens and everything. Villains would just do their thing; they would get away so easy, but no, they have to talk about it. And I know that's been done in comedies a billion times, but it's like still annoying. It's just just do your thing. But yeah, so there's a bunch of back and forth with the voodoo stuff and.
And do we want to give away the twist, TJ?
Sure, give it away. Go
ahead. So Laosha turns out to be Stacy's grandmother.
Grandmother, yeah.
And I don't know. I didn't see that coming, really. I mean, maybe TJ did, but I certainly did not see it. And so I was like, oh, man. And so essentially, Headley has to destroy his own wife, basically, or else she's just going to keep being an evil bitch and keep trying.
She wants to take over her granddaughter's body, right? That's the goal of the evil, and she does. I mean, sort of at one point, but they end up winning over the evil, and she dies pretty gruesomely. That's the best part of it, actually, is she gets killed by her own magic, and she's just like her throat gets bitten by the snake, and she's guttural gurgling and blood's coming out of it. I was like, wow, this is a great juicy ending, I think, to the episode.
Yeah, and we had some episodes like that, and then you will have an episode that's not real gruesome.
Yeah.
I mean, we keep going back to that episode, like the second episode from the first season.
No, you do not.
Hey, now, TJ, I heard you go back to about
I'm kidding.
Slow and boring it was. But I didn't think it was as gruesome as some of these episodes that we're covering in the second season. Something else I was seeing about the snake. So after they got the good shots of the snake, they stopped shooting, and the cameraman was calling this snake back out of the pipe. I don't know how you call a snake. I'm like Adrian King and Friday.
Here, snakey. Here, snakey.
She tells him to call the snake, and he says, how do you call a snake? So anyway, but he's calling his snake back out of the pipe, and obediently it starts to do that, but then it gets stuck in the pipe because it was too.
It had so many mice, yeah.
It had 9 mice in it, and he tried to come out through the mouth of the mask, and he couldn't get out that way either.
Mm-hmm.
Then I noticed the snake was afraid. I think this is the director saying this. I had no idea a cold-blooded snake could feel emotions. My fear of reptiles vanished, and all he felt was compassion and an overwhelming desire to free the poor snake. Careful work with a hacksaw over 30 minutes, and they got him free. And then he curled up around the cameraman's arm and went to sleep. So, good. At least it ended well for the snake, for the poor snake.
All's well that ends well.
But anyway, I did want to bring up that. Is there anything else you want to bring up about the episode, TJ?
Well, then at the end, Mickey buries the mask deep in the vault where no sunlight can get to it, so it can't come back. And they all go off dancing out into the street, which I think is kind of a fun way to end it. After we just saw that grandma just bleeding all over the place.
Yeah, and
I hate to clean up after that too. Like it's a big mess.
Jack,
they all go out dancing, man. That's right.
Jack was gonna rest like a few minutes before they were all.
Jack is so old. I mean, come on.
And then he's out there, going along with them at the end of the episode.
Yeah.
So I really like this episode. Of course, I like snakes too. I have a pet snake. I had
yes, we've seen
a few days ago. So, now if it had been spiders, it would have been a totally different thing. Of course, that doesn't keep me from watching, episodes with spiders or movies with spiders on them. I've seen Kingdom of Spiders, I don't know how many times, but I'm not a big fan of spiders. But snakes, yeah, don't have a problem with snakes.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed this. I think it had a few lighthearted moments mixed in with the darker moments. And I never really felt like in this episode any of the main people were in any sort of real danger, as opposed to some of the other episodes we're going to talk about. One in particular that, well, we'll get to it, but I did like it. And now we're going to come up to another episode I liked really well and I thought was creepy because most of it takes place in a mental hospital. And it's
Dana loves mental hospital.
No, I don't like mental hospitals. I'm just saying that it was creepy because a lot of it took place in the mental hospital where you could hear people screaming behind locked doors and all of that. So very unnerving, but creepy as well. And this is called And Now the News, directed by Bruce Pittman, that is another familiar name to me as well.
I think he directed some other episodes of
but did he
Friday.
Did he do any movies or anything?
That I have to look up. Let me see.
But while TJ's looking that up, the cursed antique this time around is an Tommy radio.
And now the news.
Yeah, Steve actually has a fake radio that we got around Halloween time.
I've seen those in like Target and stuff.
It looks just like the one on here, or I think it does. But anyway,
yeah, he directed. Oh no, we haven't watched that yet. Oh yeah, we did. No, we didn't watch that one yet. No, because it's not till. Yeah, he directed another episode. It's not till it's the 17th episode of the season. Well, you know what he directed? I'll tell you this. We start off with an inmate, Mary, who's afraid of snakes, played by Wendy Lyon, who is in Prom Night 2, Hello, Mary Lou, Prom Night 2, directed by the director of this episode.
Okay, I guess that's why the name Bruce Pittman seems so familiar.
So Wendy Lyon was the main girl, not Mary Lou, the blonde who did that in full frontal nude shower scene in Hello, Mary Lou. Does everybody remember that scene? I remember that scene. Does everybody else remember that scene?
Yeah, unfortunately, I do remember that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway, so she has a fear of snakes, and they're in this. They're trying to. That's the whole thing. They're trying to cure people of like fears. Is basically what this whole thing is about.
Pretty much exposing them to their fears.
Yes,
because he's got a green snake right up in her face, and she's freaking out.
Mm-hmm. And so she's gone through her session, and she goes to sleep, and there's the mysterious radio, and the radio turns on, and basically the radio, the curse is it tells what's about to happen to the person who's going to die. So it's I forget what it's probably in the book. What does it say? By the way, she has a fear of snakes because her father poured snakes into her bed one night because he was just wanted to torture his daughter, and she ended up killing him because of this. So it's like, I think that's another thing too. They're not in there just for fears. You know, they also are, you know, she's a murderer at least. So yeah, the radio turns on and it says, what does it say? And then we meet Dr. Carter, who's the one who's trying to cure these people of their issues. And surprise, surprise, she's also the one who is the owner of the cursed radio. So she's a bitch. Anyway.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I think, you know, watching the episode, I think she sort of wants to cure people, but then she gets caught up into the whole radio thing, maybe. I forget if we know how involved she is with it at this point. Maybe is Mary like her first one, or has she been doing this? I can't remember that part. Do you remember?
I think she may have been, you know, maybe there had been one or two before, but I get the feeling that she's a new psychiatrist to this asylum. So I'm not 100% sure on that.
She's trying to get tenure or something. Oh, is that just with teachers?
I don't know. I don't know if there's other, you know, jobs that you get tenure. I've heard it with teachers, but I don't know.
Because I know you become a resident and then you become a full doctor, I think. So maybe she's a resident and then I don't know. Anyway, she could be. She's not that old that she looks like she could have just recently, maybe a year ago, got out of school. Yeah, basically the radio is like, and now the news, which is I think how it begins every time it reports something, and it's about the institute where she is. It's filling up with snakes, and she starts getting scared, and then she starts seeing them because, of course, the cursed radio is making things happen, and all these snakes basically attack her and cause her death, basically.
Yeah.
And there's another anecdote about snakes in the book about how they had snakes brought in from different people, and when they just threw them all together, they kind of were like, how do we keep track of them? They decided to put little colored stickers on each of the snakes per group. But eventually, with heat and the snakes sweating or whatever, all the stickers came off, so they had to grab snakes and go, is this yours? Is this yours? And I guess it took them a while to do that. And then they uncovered every snake but one. And some time later, they found how snakes shed. They found like a casing of the shedding of the snake, but they never found the snake. So the snake was probably got away or died in that studio or something. I don't know. But poor snake.
So one of the snakes was evidently venomous too, but nobody got bitten.
And someone was like, "Oh, don't worry, it won't really. It's venomous, but it won't kill you," or something like to just kind of go, "Hey, it's okay. It won't." Venomous. Period. I don't care if it's not going to kill me. I don't want snake venom in me. Thank you.
Yeah. So the herpetologist said you would basically have to step on the venomous snake for it to bite you.
Yeah. Might do that by accident, but anyway. So yeah, Mary's dead. And then the radio also after it's done its thing, it says, well, something else is coming up, which is the predecessor to the next victim, basically. So that basically happens a few times with different people that get killed. Meanwhile, we get Mickey and Ryan through their usual, I mentioned last time there was some mailers that had been sent out. So they go to the institute because somebody who had purchased the radio was a doctor there. They go to find out the doctor had died. So that must be okay. So she must have killed the doctor to get the radio. Okay. The doctor's dead. They don't seem to be the people there are just like, yeah, he's dead, whatever. And then Ryan and Mickey with their, can we go through no, you can't go through my institution. What are you crazy? They just think their smiles are going to get them through the door. And I'm like, this.
Their charming personalities.
Yeah, they got away with it with the kids' home with the evil dentist.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's once in a while you can do that, but them thinking they can do it all the time makes no sense. Like, I'm not going to let you go through my institution. The guy's like, no, but he's not like, he's like, yeah, I think he's like, give me your card or whatever. And if we find the radio, he's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. Did you really think they would let you go through the inmates' rooms and stuff to find a damn radio? Really, guys?
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to bring up this thing. Ryan almost electrocutes himself later on by trying to climb over the fence.
Yeah, he decides I'm going to break in to search because that's going to help. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. You mean, you break into an inmate's room and they're dangerous? They're not going to try to kill you or anything, right? So yeah, and then Ryan gets like brought into the institute, or
yeah, I thought they were going to commit him. I thought that
would be hilarious.
They use that as an excuse, like he's catatonic or something. We got to commit him.
Now you say you believe items from a store are cursed. Now, do you?
I think we need to give him some Thorazine, stick him in.
Yes, you are Cocoa Puts, is what you are. You're insane. Then Ryan gets caught again later on, and they're about to give him
electroshock.
Yeah, they're going to give him electroshock because the doctor's going to, because they eventually find out it's the doctor who has the radio, and she's about to, like in Scream 4, like with like how Jill gets killed at the end.
Oh, yeah.
The doctor's about to electrocute Ryan to death. I think Mickey save him, something like that?
Yeah, well, she turns off the power.
That's right.
Then when the power gets turned back on, she actually uses the whatever they stick on their head, them little pad things to give them electroshock. She actually uses that on the doctor, but I think she comes in there and shoves her because she's getting ready to put them on Ryan, and then all hell breaks loose. But I wanted to talk about another thing too, where
actually no, Mickey, the radio kills her.
Oh, that's right.
The radio, I forget the hell happens. The radio now the news is talking about her death, the doctor's death.
That's
and she grabs the radio, and then the radio basically she gets killed by her own tool of death, basically.
Okay, so I know it was something, but there's a lot of action and people.
And there's an explosion. Mickey gets thrown out the door. Ryan gets thrown against the wall. There's some good stunt work here, I think. The stunt work is really good in this show.
Yeah, exactly.
I think all the best stunt people were in Canada at this time. And then the radio's down on the ground, and Mickey picks it up, and they bring it to the vault, and they're just like, oh, what a day. And then the radio is like, hey, and now the news. There's a way to safely collect cursed items, but there's a price. And then Mickey and Ryan are like, and that's the end of the episode.
The other part of this episode I wanted to talk about too is before Mickey ends up saving Ryan, she almost gets raped by one.
There's a crazy, there's a crazy inmate that's actually trying to help the doctor.
Yeah, because she says if he helps her, she'll cure him. And he comes really close. He beats the snot out of Mickey for one thing, but he comes really close to raping her. I mean, I don't think that they would have been able to show much on television, even though this came on late at night. But
they're not going to have that happen to Mickey. I'm sorry.
yeah, that too. But she does look a little worse for wear, and it's probably the closest I've seen Mickey to a nervous breakdown on the shows, where she's kind of crouched there and she's just shaking and stuff. But that's probably as weak as Mickey gets. We may hit another episode where she has a meltdown, but this was probably the weakest I've seen her.
Yeah.
Speaking of Roby, or Louise Roby, whatever you want to call her, did anybody ever watch on YouTube that where she was on the Tonight Show, or like one of those late night shows?
Yeah, promoting the show. I saw that one.
And I really liked listening to her talk. Now, the host of the show wasn't too interesting, but she was interesting, talking about her the music group that she was head of, and all of
Louise
that.
and the something. I forget what it was.
Yeah, Louise and the Creep something. I don't know.
She's a very interesting person. She was a model, and she was a singer first and was a model, and then she sort of just fell into this acting of this. It was like she wasn't really a professional actor, but they liked her look. They sort of liked her personality. They thought it would work well, and she wasn't a great actress. They had to pull a lot out of her, but there were certain things she could do acting, and then there were certain things she couldn't do. And when she couldn't do something, they had to pull it out of her or do it with editing or something like that. But I think she did, for someone who's never really acted. I thought she mostly did pretty well. I thought.
Yeah.
There's some real dramatic, heavy stuff that you can see she's struggling with a little bit. But like I said, it's the first time she's acted. She went from model to singer to actor. I mean, I know Madonna once said, "Oh, I did music videos, so that means I could act." I'm like, that obviously was proven wrong. Except maybe Desperately Seeking Susan, but she was playing Madonna, is basically what she was doing. So, I mean, other than that, maybe Dick Tracy. She was good in Dick Tracy, but yeah. So, but yeah, she was, for what? Because there's some stuff in the book about, they didn't know, like, her acting style was something they had to really work on, and somebody said it's not that they didn't like her, but that she was sort of hard to work with because they had to really like get her to do get her to react certain ways to certain things. So I'm like, okay. And now I think she's like a countess or something. She married some kind of like,
oh, is she
aristocratic person or something like that? Yeah, it's like she had a Twitter, but she hasn't tweeted since like 2001, and I think she became a mother, and I think she just like decided, hey, I'm out of the business.
Yeah.
Because I was like, oh, maybe get her for an interview, and I was like, nope, she's never gonna. I think she like lives in like some Switzerland or something like that. So it's like, yeah, you're never gonna find her.
Yeah, that would be cool though. Maybe I could. Anybody got any contact information for John D. LeMay?
No, I don't know. Maybe you can. Does he do festivals and stuff? I don't
know. I don't ever remember him being at any of the ones that I go to. Maybe I'm sure they have conventions up in Canada too. So maybe he does some up there. So you ready to move on to the next one, TJ? Or
yeah, I mean, I like this episode.
I did too, a lot.
Looking back, not a lot of. There's like a couple of cheesy moments, like the electrocution thing is a little like people. A couple of us. It's goofy for a split second, but I think overall it's a fun episode, and except for Mickey almost getting attacked really bad. She didn't. She wasn't. She's never the damsel in distress, which is
right.
different than most of these. She actually, you count her as I think you count her as a good final girl. I think, at least for this show. I mean,
Yep, definitely.
But,
so, moving on to the next episode, Tales I Live, Had You Died. Now, this is the one I was talking about. The cursed antique, of course, is the coin of Xiocles. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that or not. But anyway, it's a coin. And so we see this coin doing nefarious things and ended up killing people. And I'm going to talk briefly about the plot synopsis of this, but I did want to talk about one big thing with this. So we see the coin actually causing the death of at least a couple of people early on in the episode. And if you were watching this episode first time around, there were no other episodes at that point in time. We were just up to this one in October of 1988. And it appears that Mickey dies, that Mickey becomes
spoiler.
Sorry, spoiler. We spoil the hell out of these things, guys, if you weren't aware.
But so soon? I was going to build up to it, but all right, don't worry about it.
Well, I just wanted to bring this up.
No,
this is the first episode where I remember someone. I mean, her character actually was dead during the majority or the last. Well, not the complete last half, but probably about a quarter of the episode, I'd say. She is actually dead because the coin gets used on her. Ryan, of course, finds her. And, I mean, you could almost believe that John D. LeMay was, I mean, maybe he did work himself up to being able to really cry. Maybe he did one of those techniques where he thought about something sad from his own life and used that because it really looked like he was crying. And then there's a scene later where he has a scene with Jack and he calls Jack a bastard because he's like, why didn't you stay with her? Why did you run out on her? And he said, I tried, Ryan. There's nothing I could do. And then after calling him a bastard, he just hugs him. So, it's one of those real emotionally painful moments where somebody strikes out at, if something happens to somebody that's close to them, sometimes they strike out at the next closest person to them. And I think that's what happened with this episode. But if you had no other episodes to be thinking about, now we know, we knew that Mickey wasn't dead for those of us that know that the show went on and there were more episodes with Mickey. But if you were watching that first time around, you may have really thought that was the end of Mickey there. We would have been right along with Ryan. So
some of the producers are like, yeah, let's kill her off.
But I'm going to turn it over to TJ to give some even more in-depth background on this episode. Now that I gave away the big. Yeah,
so it's Tales I Live, Had You Die, which is a takeoff of the Honeymooners, where that's the old show from, I don't even know what year that show was. That's so old. Where Ralph Cramden has a bet with Ed Norton, and he's like, all right, Norton, tails I win, heads you lose. So this is a takeoff of that because it's basically you lose either way. So that's the point. which is funny. That's another thing too. This was written by comedy writers, and they're like, but you can't write this as a comedy. But they kind of needed work, so they're like, all right, we'll write it. But that title was the way they snuck in something comedic by using that title. That's the only thing they could really were allowed to do by the producers. So yeah, this is ancient. I don't know ancient. This is cult, and they're gonna resurrect this dead body. There's some good zombie looking creatures in this. There's some mummified corpses. A lot of that's really some cool special practical effects. Like I said, it's a very dramatic episode. There's no comedy in this. It's all serious. I don't even think there's like a funny thing at the end.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not with this one.
So yeah, so the cult. So they use the coin. The coin takes a life and then gives a life. So they use it for that. The main cult dude, he looks familiar. I can't remember who the hell he was. Oh, okay. Colin Fox. What the hell did I remember him from? I can't remember. You see him, you're like, oh, I've seen him and stuff. Like he's the main villain. He's been in a bunch of shit.
Yeah, he looked very familiar.
Well, he's in Scanners 3, but I don't remember Scanners 3, so I can't even say.
Something else about this.
Oh, by the way, he was in the Poison Pen. He was the main. I think he's the main baddie in that one too.
Okay.
He's always the main bad guy.
Well,
yeah, he was. That's right. That's who it is. He's the evil. Well, he wasn't even really a priest, right? He was.
I don't think so, but he has a very sinister look to him. I guess that's
this time he has a beard, because when you have a beard, you're more evil than when you don't have a beard. So, when on Star Trek, when they had evil Spock and evil Spock had a beard, because he's got a beard, that means he's evil.
That makes you sinister. It makes you evil.
That's right. If you can do this, it's even worse. Like if you can do the Twitch. So yeah, and then like you said, the satanic cult ends up killing Mickey. They're trying to raise like a priestess or some evil. So there's these 3 ancient people they're supposed to resurrect and to take over the world. They resurrect the first 2, and then the third one is like the girlfriend of one of the first 2. I forget which one, and that's the one that they kill Mickey to bring back. But spoiler, or the twist is that Jack and Ryan sneak in Mickey's corpse underneath all of the wrapping or whatever. So when they resurrect the body, it's not the woman they wanted to resurrect. It's Mickey, and that's how they bring Mickey back from the dead. So yeah, which if you think, like, I didn't think about it at the time. I remember when this episode, like, first saw this episode like a long time ago. I was like, oh, they're gonna kill off Mickey? No, that. And then when I'm watching, then I was like, oh, okay. You kind of can almost figure it out.
Yeah.
But it's still like you don't know that that's Mickey under the shroud or whatever, because you think it's the other dead body, and I think that's a pretty good fake out.
Yeah.
I'm sure the kids nowadays would watch it and go, "Oh, I knew it right from the beginning." Yeah, fuck you.
Right.
Yeah. So, and then you explain everything else that happened, and
well, there was one other thing too. This is only, if I'm thinking right, this is only the second episode where they don't actually retrieve the cursed object.
Yeah, it gets buried under some rubble, and I think, oh, that's right. It ends with the hand of the Satan guy. Like it's like right out of his reach. And it's like, well, you're dead now. Fuck you.
I think the only other time they did that was during the first season, the Scarecrow episode. Because remember me saying,
Well, you think that they didn't bring it back, but
maybe they did. But I count it as like that one and this episode are the two where they didn't.
Well, remember now. I know you have an answer, so don't answer it. But remember, they never recovered that compact from last season. Now that's all I'm gonna say about that.
Yeah,
We'll wait for to talk about that.
Yeah.
Again later, but yeah. So.
But yeah, this is a very, very dark episode. And like I said, it's kind of easy to figure out if you really think about it and think about what the cursed object is and think about what the cursed object does.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I don't really remember watching this one the first time out, so I can't.
I remember the corpses, and I remember the whole coin situation, and I remember Mickey dying. Like those are just like the three things I remember distinctly from the episode. Everything else, I'm like, I don't remember this.
But I'm glad that they didn't keep her dead. But I was looking through the chapter on this episode as you were talking, TJ, and it says Mickey is dead, and then it goes a paragraph down, but Mickey is dead, and then it just keeps saying Mickey is dead
until Mickey's alive.
Yeah, until like the next page at the bottom, Mickey is alive.
She's still dead.
So, anything else you want to bring up about that episode, TJ?
No, I think this one plays really well. I think, like you said, it's very dark. It gives you all the spooky, dark vibes and everything. I think it works really well. I think, like I said, I think it's a pretty good emotional episode. That especially if you like the characters and you're thinking, oh, did they really kill Mickey off? But yeah.
Mm-hmm. So now we're entering the territory of episodes that Dana had to watch very quickly. So I'm not going to be real, I guess, thorough with these. And
people should watch these episodes. That's what we should say. We're giving a lot of stuff away, but these are episodes, I think, if you're interested enough to sit through us talking about them, or even if you eventually leave because we've been on for 5 hours, you can come back and watch them. I think you should watch these episodes. I mean, even if we say they suck, which I don't think so far we really have said that, about the second one, the one you brought up earlier. But other than that, I think, it's watchable. And I mean, if you don't have time to sit, but then again, I want to say if you don't have time, people have been binge watching for years now. So they go, oh, I can't sit through these episodes. I'm like, you'll sit through 8 seasons of a series, but you won't sit through 3 seasons of episodes that just amounts to about the same amount.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
That's one thing to say. I'm not going to sit through a 3-hour movie because, you can't get up to go to the bathroom anytime you want unless you want to miss the movie and waste, your money and stuff like that. But, like, binging, at least you can, like, go to the bathroom and take breaks and stuff like that. But
Right. So the next episode we're going to talk about is Symphony, and is that B sharp?
I'm not a music person.
I don't know my music note stuff. I think it's B sharp.
Sure.
I'm going to say it's B sharp. This actually came out on Halloween of '88. And the cursed antique is a violin. And if I'm remembering correctly, I know I watched this one pretty quickly, but isn't somebody like a corpse or like a Phantom of the Opera type?
That's exactly what this is. This is a Phantom of the Opera story, but it's about a violinist, not about a singer. So
I don't know why, but Mickey drags Ryan with her to the symphony. I guess she's really into it, and Ryan's just kind
She's
of
very cultured, and he's a bum who likes comic books and rock music. We'll find out he likes carnivals soon.
Yeah, but I love Mickey, but Ryan's the cooler one, the more, entertaining, like in what he likes and stuff like that. I guess I would probably, uh, I could be friends with both of them, but I think I would gravitate more to what Ryan likes as
Yeah.
far as music and the comic books and the all of that business. So I'm just a big nerd, so that's all I'm saying. I wouldn't really call myself cultured. I'm just a big old movie nerd and stuff. So,
Mhm.
um, so this is another one too, and correct me if I'm wrong, TJ, where Ryan gets involved with yet another woman. He has not learned his
This is
lesson.
the one where it's like he just meets her and falls in love with her.
So yeah, and it's I'm looking
She
at
doesn't want him. He
so
wears her. Isn't that this one? She wears him down. He wears her down basically. Until
he's
they go out for dinner and then they're in love.
she's afraid, doesn't want to spend the night alone. So
And then
Ryan,
they have sex.
yeah, and then they end up in bed. And come the morning, Leslie seems a lot more relaxed. I wonder why. Sex gets out a lot of frustration, but it doesn't make it love all the time. So
No, but for Ryan it does. He falls in love with everybody. He almost fell in love with Nikki even after he found out they were cousins. They're like, but by marriage. I'm like, okay.
that counts, Ryan. That's what I want to say. That counts.
Yeah, because what if they get married? What if? So she's the cousin. Her mother married into his family. I guess her mother. I guess, or do we ever find out who?
Ah,
I guess they just mentioned it. They never get specific about it. So let's assume let's just say one of the parents. Let's say it's the father. Let's say Mickey's mother marries Ryan's uncle or whatever, and Mickey becomes his cousin. Now let's say her parents have another kid. That is Ryan's blood cousin. So you're gonna have sex with your marriage cousin who has a blood brother or a sister? That you can't do that unless you're deep, deep, deep in the South. Deep, deep, deep. Like, have you seen that episode of Family Guy where they go in the witness protection program? That kind of deep South. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, so Ryan's insane. That's my tirade about Ryan falling in love in this freaking episode.
Yeah, I don't think they need to have Ryan fall in love that many times with so many different women. After a while, it's pointless because they all end up either something very bad happens to them or their family, or they end up dead.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about these women. If he falls in love with them, knowing that they might die, since he has a track record of people dying around him. This guy who owned the violin. So it's a possessed violin, and this girl, she has the possessed violin. No. This guy has the violin, a composer, and he's dead. But every year he seems to have a new symphony that's released on record or whatever, and people I guess just assume that he had them in his back catalog, because they're always finding like Michael Jackson recorded this song and we're gonna release it. And it's like, how many? Or Prince? I mean, Jesus Christ. Anyway, but we found out he didn't die. He's he's Phantom of the Opera, so he's horribly disfigured, and he starts getting enamored with the girl who has his violin, and he starts like being her mentor. It's basically, people should, if people don't know the Phantom of the Opera, I don't know how you're a horror fan. There's so many versions, even if you don't like, I don't want to watch a silent black and white movie. There was the one with this Phantom of the Mall. There's the one with Robert Englund, which is like,
yeah,
he's playing Freddy, but Freddy who was a musician or whatever. I mean,
there's even Doom Asylum, which is kind of sort of.
I guess. Well, what's her face isn't like an artist or anything. She's just a chick. And isn't she his like daughter? No, it wasn't the guy. I'm not talking. We're not going to get into Doom Asylum. We'll talk about that if we ever watch Doom Asylum.
I'll have to do a watch along for it, and that way.
That is like Kristen, what's her face from the Sex and the City show, right? Isn't she in that? Kristen Davis, is that who that is?
Maybe.
She's the smart one with the glasses in Doom Asylum.
Oh yeah.
The one that tries to rationale with the killer to not kill her. Yeah, whatever.
That's not a good movie. I'm not gonna lie and tell
it's cheesy good though. It's cheesy.
Yeah,
it's so bad it's good. It's one of those.
Yeah, exactly.
The guy wakes up from an autopsy and he's like, ah! I'm like, you now wake up? That's like in Death Becomes Her. Now a warning?
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be a watch along probably in the upcoming year. So
he's like I said, Ryan falls in love with her, and blah blah.
So I wanted to bring
this. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Just real quickly, because I was looking at this book. This book is excellent, by the way. I'm glad TJ said something about it. I wouldn't have ever thought about getting it. So even the writer of this book, and she claims to, love Friday the 13th, the series. She says, watching this episode as an adult, I had a lot of problems with it. Mainly, as you can probably tell, the relationship between Ryan and Leslie. He goes from a stranger stalking her to a lover overnight. Not even
he follows her after he meets her for the first time. Come on.
She says over dinner. According to Delia, John LeMay and Eli Puget had an actual off-screen romance. So no one ever wants to talk about failed romance, especially one from 30 years ago. But Puget admitted to me that she had a crush on LeMay. He's a wonderful guy. It was wonderful to talk to him. So, yeah.
She was they did a revival of the show, the soap opera Dark Shadows, back in the 90s, early like 90, 91. She played one of the characters, and I think the director of this episode directed some of that show. So that's an interesting connection. I guess he hired her because he worked with her on this, and maybe said, "Hey, you want to be on this revival, this old show that people don't remember because it was before streaming and DVD and Blu-ray."
Right.
Because I don't know her. I don't think I've seen her except for when I saw her name before I even watched the episode, I was like, oh, she was from Dark Shadows, because I remember because she has a very unique name. Maybe we're pronouncing it wrong. I don't know. If it's French, it's like Pouget or something.
I'm probably mispronouncing it all over the place, but
So anyway, Ryan falls in love with her, stalks her a bunch. We get the Phantom going around killing people with the violin that has a knife, a big long, not actually a sword, but like a long knife. And I'm like, did the same thing that the one who wrote the book said. I'm like, did the curse, did the violin always have a knife? Did the curse add a knife? Did the killer need to kill somebody, and it was like, well, I can't keep hitting people over the head because I'll break the. Well, then again, it's a curse, so you can't break the thing. But maybe they're like, yeah, I don't know, it's hard to get blood off of the strings or something like that, and yeah, and I guess halfway through, you can believe maybe she's in love, but the whole beginning of it's just it's too fast. And we've said before in other episodes, I guess you got to speed things up because it's an hour show and you can't do a whole love affair and make it look really legitimate. Though you can do that. I've seen it happen, but they have so much other stuff going on in this show. I think it's hard to do that. But
I think they should.
Ryan just annoys me with his falling in love like that. The drop of a hat.
They should have left some. They wouldn't have had to take out all the romantic.
Whoops! My hat fell. Ryan just fell in love again.
But I think they should have cut down on them because I don't know. I just don't think the majority of the time they work for the episode. They definitely don't improve the episode.
Mm-hmm.
This episode wasn't one of my favorites. I didn't absolutely hate it, but I didn't absolutely love it either. And the faster than a speeding bullet getting to the sex scene between Ryan and Leslie just didn't do it for me either. I even though I went to this episode kind of quickly, I was like, damn, that's quick. Is that Ryan in bed with that woman? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. That was just super quick. Even for a 45-minute episode, it's still quick. Just doesn't work.
But I think the relationship aside, I think Ellie's very her real name is very expressive in this. There's one where the killer's about to reveal he's going to have the Phantom of the Opera reveal where he reveals his face under the mask, and she's preparing for it to be scary, so she's getting a little too intense, like her lips are really like, oh. So, but she's very expressive. I think she was probably a very good stage actor, because stage acting, you gotta for the people in the nosebleed sections, you gotta see what a person's doing facially and their expressions and stuff. So I think she does that really well, and the crying stuff she does really well. I think she's good in this. As far as I don't know if she makes it a little bit better than the episode should be, maybe. But Ryan sort of emotional stuff kind of doesn't work because of the whole falling in love so fast. He So the big ending is we have the reveal. He's got some not too bad burned face effect. Now remember, he's been burned for years, so it's not like it's going to be all gooey, Freddy pizza face. It looks like, I guess healed after so many years kind of thing. I don't. It doesn't. Well, it's not as bad. It's not like a cropsy or anything. But,
right.
It's more like Eric Phantom of the Mall, but a little better, I think. That makeup wasn't too great.
No, I mean, I find Phantom of the Mall entertaining, but yeah, I agree that makeup job's not real good.
So he's gonna kill Ryan. He's about to stab him with the bow, the knife on the bow, and Leslie she gets killed to save Ryan. Ryan has a fight with the guy, and he's about to maybe kill Ryan, but then he kind of looks over and he sees her dead body lying there, and I guess he decides, I can't live without her, and throws himself over and dies. Ryan cradles her, and whether it's that night or the next day, Mickey's trying to comfort him, and while he's he's like kind of pushing her off and like, no, I'm not accepting your caring about me right now because I just can't get over it. And I'm like, dude, how many times has this happened to you? You should spring back a little faster. Because he's usually the next episode he meets another girl, and it's like,
yeah,
how long were you? I mean, we don't know how long in between episodes it was because it's a TV show and it could be months later, but it just seems like, come on, Ryan, seriously.
You just lost another one, Ryan. What in the hell's wrong with you?
Just have sex with them. Stop falling in love.
Just get your jollies and move on.
That's right.
Okay. So I guess you ready to move on to the next one, TJ?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Like Ryan went to bed at the end of the episode, we're going to go to bed with this episode. So, next.
So the next one is Master of Disguise.
This is a good one.
This one was directed by Tom McLaughlin.
We directed One Dark Night, one of my favorite movies. I love that movie.
Steve loves that movie too. I like it, but I don't think I like it as well as Steve does.
We directed Friday the 13th Part 6. Jason Lives. That's another one of my more favorite episodes. I get we're talking about TV show. I forget. We're gonna get into the movie mode. That's one of my top rated Friday the 13th movies.
That is a great Friday the 13th film.
It's gothic, and then again, he also wrote Date with an Angel. So I think he directed that too. Did he direct that?
Well, you can't hit them all out of the ballpark.
Yeah.
But
Date with an Angel.
the cursed antique in this case is a makeup kit, and I'm going to step away and go grab something real quick because I keep yawning, so that's usually a sign my blood sugar is low. So I will be right back.
Okay. So it is now Mickey's turn to fall in love. We had Ryan the last episode, so I guess we get a break from him falling in love, thank God. And we get Master of Disguise. Where we have actor William Pratt. Now, just remember that name because it comes into play later on into the episode. Played by John Bolger. Now, I bring him up because he was in a prior episode of Tales from the... Wait a minute. We had done Monsters. He was in 2 episodes of Monsters, where he played this sort of werewolf character, and then he was in another episode of Monsters where he was sort of like he was an evil vampire. I'm not, for a guy, he's attractive. So it's just, so he plays this actor who like Mickey is sort of smitten with. And then she ends up falling in love with him. That's sort of that's like I don't know if that's the A story or the B story, but yeah. So she falls in love with this actor. He's having trouble with one of his co-stars at one point. He has like this fight with her, and he brings in Mickey sort of to replace her for a couple minutes to do the scene, and he realizes, oh, she's pretty good in this. An excuse for him to get rid of the other actress who he has this issue with, who is the first victim, by the way. What the hell is her name? Is it Tanya Sloan? Is that the one? Wait a minute.
Oh, the leading lady?
Yeah, what the hell was her name?
Tanya.
That is Tanya, okay.
Mm-hmm. Or
Tanya, basically he wants to replace Mickey with her, but she's like, no, I'll sue you because I'm on the contract. And so he's like going to the producers, and they're like, well, yeah, she's good, but maybe we'll bring her into the next project, but right now we can't do anything about this. Well, Pratt is going to do something about this. He's going to kill her ass because he is cursed by this makeup case that we find out through the story that he was a deformed actor and he could only play horror movie roles. And he finds the I forget how he gets the case. Do you remember how he got the case? I know they explained it somewhere in the episode.
Let's see.
You're gonna have to go to the book, aren't you?
Yeah, I know I'm cheating.
I was gonna go to the book, and I was like, no, maybe Dana knows, but I guess not.
Not off the top of my head. I don't know. I'm not finding it real quick.
I will also go to the book. Let's see if I can get it before you do. People are watching the stream. They're just reading books for crying out.
Yeah.
You're not a book reading stream.
CK will come on here and say, "What are you reading?" That's what he does sometimes whenever I'm just reading a little snippet of something, and he'll come on here. What in the world? What are you reading? I mean, does it tell?
Yeah, well, they always come up with the where this was blah blah blah, and somebody owned it, and yada yada yada.
I do see that Jack can't find Pratt in the manifest, but Ryan offhandedly mentions that Pratt does all his own makeup. And Jack remembers a makeup kit in the manifest. He finds it once belonged to John Wilkes Booth, who sold it to a Jeff Amory, no address listed. And so then
that's Pratt's alter ego. That's the deformed version of him.
Oh, okay.
That's yeah.
So Jack visits an old friend, Sig, an agent, and asks about that Jeff. And Sig remembers him as an ugly son of a bitch who only got bit parts in horror movies. And he finds Jeff's headshot and shows it to Jack. So he made a movie with an actress, Diana Lamb, they referred to her as a gorgeous redhead. And Mickey's a redhead too, so
he's got a thing for redheads.
Yeah. One night she went up to the hideaway cabins at Evergreen Lake with another guy, and so Jeff followed them, and in a jealous rage killed the guy with an axe. Diana ran off in the night, slipped, fell down a cliff, and broke her neck. And then the next day, the cops find him with her, just sitting there with her corpse.
Yep.
And then he had to be institutionalized. And for all Sig knows, he's dead. So I guess when Jack returns to Curious Goods and tells Mickey, or maybe he just tells Ryan about it, that they kind of put two and two together there, that this guy Pratt is the same guy.
Oh, by the way, I forgot the reason why Mickey is on the set and Ryan and Mickey are on the set was because they started renting out their this is a good just for the episode because they never did this again. They rent out some of the stuff at the antique shop for the sets. So that's why they're there. So we actually got a reason for them to be there instead of them looking for it. They're actually just happen to be somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And then they get caught up in something, and then I don't know why. Anytime something happens to them, even if they don't know about a cursed item, if people start dying around them, they got to know there's a cursed item. I mean, they don't even have to think about it. They should automatically go, oh, light bulb.
There's also I don't recall how much sex or how much of the sex scene they showed. I'm sure it wasn't too explicit, but they make love all night, evidently. So Mickey and Pratt make love all night. And here's another, this is just so silly and ridiculous. Is Ryan starting to rub off on her or something? Because she just...
Yeah, I guess.
She's gonna jump into bed with the first good-looking guy she sees.
Um, yeah. So and then there's like someone. Is it somebody almost gets hit by a light at one point, like a set light, movie set light? It was like a Kegel light or something like that. One of the big Kegel. That's something else. Klieg light. That's what it is. It almost hits like this young actress or whatever. That's one of the accidents that happens early on. Yeah, and there's more of the romance. There's a candlelight dinner or not a candlelight dinner, but there's a dinner like on the lake or whatever with this really bad green screen, by the way. I think it's the Twin Towers. There's like two buildings. I think it might be supposed to be New York or something because it looks like the Twin Towers. It's like anyway. So they have a nice dinner. Meanwhile, I think that's when. That's that same night. I think that's when Jack meets the friend of his who tells the story that you just read. And then they start getting suspicious of the dude, and especially Ryan, who's always suspicious of the guy who likes Mickey. So he's going through the guy's trailer looking for the makeup case at one point, and it's like. Lucky at least there's a reason for them to be at the scene of where things are happening instead of the whole can I walk through your highly secure legal I need a badge to get through the door type. No, yeah, we'll just take you through and shit. Yeah, I mean, at least this one makes sense. But yeah, this is a very sensual love scene with you see some back and you see some leg and you see some hugging, but you see some moving around.
I mean, as much as I can.
For TV, I think it's a pretty good. It's a short one too. It's not like Pamela Anderson, Tommy Lee type of video, but it's. And like the next morning, where like Mickey's like clothes are spread out across the room, and they're in bed together, lying down.
Yeah, well, typical morning after, I guess.
Well, the whole thing is he gets. He has to kill somebody, and then the blood gets poured onto the makeup case, and then he can get his face back to a non-deformed look. So there's a point after they have their night where his face starts foaming or whatever and getting all gross. And this is some pretty good like effects. Like it's very like I'd say this is pretty good. Like I think you could see something like that in like a Cronenberg movie. That type of pustules, and I think it's pretty good. So you think he's going to kill Mickey or something like that, and he like scares her, but then his face is fine because he's used the makeup case. I don't know. That's another thing about this. He's going to kill a bunch of times, but like, how long does the makeup case last? Like sometimes these cursors are like, whoa, if you kill so many people, and then you'll get the money, or you'll get the person who lives or whatever. Like, there's no like defining rule in this, which I think it's interesting. The radio episode where it's like the radio's says at the end like, if you do what I want, we can get those cursed antiques without anything bad happening to anybody. And it's like, well, does the antique know that does it have a way to stop itself? But like, is it going to kill itself? So it's like these rules are like very like there's no set rule about anything, which I think it's creative, but also it's like frustrating. It's like, what the hell is the rules then? I mean, give me something. But yeah. So anyway, they leave their torrid affair night, and they go to this gas station. He ends up killing this guy who's this gas station attendant who's a fan. He gets just enough blood. That's another thing too. We don't know how much can he like. get like a whole, because he usually gets like a small portion of blood, I think. Like, can he get like a supply? Or does it's only works? Like I said, it's so confusing. Like, how long does it last? How much blood does he need? Why can't he get like a big supply of blood? I mean, it's.
I think only the only rule for this show by this point is there are no rules. They just
I don't like that as a rule. I don't know the shit out of me. Come on. But yeah, it's an hour. It's a TV show. It's an hour. You know, you can't do everything. I don't know. But it's like, come on. Especially watching them back and preparing them to talk about them. You're like, damn, this is annoying me. Anyway, I like how Mickey's in virginal white through this episode, and I'm like, Vic, really, Mickey?
Yeah.
You had a fiance, and then you got this. You had a couple of boys, and so meanwhile, I guess this guy didn't get enough blood because he starts changing into his deformed self again. He attacks Mickey. He calls her by the girl's name that had died, the one he killed. He did that before too. He accidentally called her. What was her name again? Diane, or what the hell her name is?
Diana.
Yeah, at one point earlier on, which is foreshadowing what happens later in the episode, where he calls her that by accident, and she's like, she just sort of shrugs it off as like nothing really, and then he does that later when he's all like gross and everything like that, and he's about to, kill her, and then he strangles Mickey at one point, and like I said, I have issues with people getting electrocuted and people getting choked, which gets a little goofy, but it's only goofy for like a second, where she kind of goes, but I get over that really fast, and I get into her acting and stuff like that. I mean, like, I've never really been like choked by somebody who wants to kill me, so I don't know how I would gag or how I would react to that. So
yeah, either I don't want to find out.
Yeah, so he's sort of like, then he's like, if you really love me, you'll kiss me, no matter what I look like. If you really care about me, it does, because she says, I don't care what you look like. I love you for who you are, and I believe her that she's in love with this guy. It's not like the Ryan situation. In fact, most of the time, Ryan doesn't even say I love you. He just falls for somebody and we go, oh, he loves her. This one seems like a real relationship with Mickey, because they have a dates and they get together and they spend time together. There's like a lead up to this one. This one's a better falling in love. And maybe because it's a woman falling in love, it's a little bit different than a guy. Maybe a guy just like doesn't show it as much. I don't know.
The one girl in the episode about the newscaster that was creating like a duplicate of himself that was out on people, just so he'd have good news or I guess good news for him to report. But anyway, that girl that Ryan was with during that episode, I thought that was a good kind of more legitimate relationship than some of the others he's had.
See, that was different because they were already together when the episode started. They had been dating, so it wasn't just like he just met her.
Right.
So I think they had the chemistry already revved up. So when we got to the episode, it seemed like they've been together for a little bit.
But on the other hand, that Quilt of Heather episode, I was like, all of a sudden he wants to become whatever these people are and give up his music and his comic books and all this stuff. Yeah, that didn't work for me, really.
The girl in that, I believe, fell in love with Ryan.
Yeah.
Because she had a progression compared to Ryan's by the beginning of the second episode, or if not the end of the first episode, he's like, yeah, I'm in love with her. I'm staying here. Bye.
Yeah, y'all go away. I'm staying here.
So yeah, so Mickey's Ryan comes to save her, but she doesn't need to be saved because Mickey saved herself in this situation. The guy's crying in her arms, and I guess he goes to jail. Yeah, so this is a guy who's affected by one of the cursed items, but he doesn't die. But then again, he's probably, if he's not in a place for his, his mental state, he's in jail. So at the end of the episode, she's kind of she's crying, but then when the guys come in, she's like, "Why am I crying? He was a murderer. Why I shouldn't be crying about him." And they're like, they comfort her and they make her, not feel better, but they're like, you fell in love with him, and that's how it was, and regardless of what he did, you fell in love with him. So I mean,
I also like Jack's theory of why Emery chose to go by the name Pratt.
Oh, that's not a theory. That's a literal. That's why I mentioned earlier I don't know if you heard me when you were getting ready. I was gonna allude to why he changed his name, but yeah, you already started. So go ahead.
Well, Jack said it was the real name of Boris Karloff.
Yes, which I thought was great. Great idea.
Actor who made his living by playing monsters and ghouls, yet he was the kindest, gentlest man Jack had ever met. And when you mentioned Karloff, Tom McLaughlin, when he did Friday the 13th Part 6, there was a Karloff's General Store or something like that when he was describing where he was.
Yeah, he was very into he made that whole movie like a very gothic type of, like even Jason in the casket's very, the cobwebs and the rotted corpse. It's very gothic looking. It's not gross. It's very like, even though it was a comedy, like I'd say the beginning of Young Frankenstein, with the corpse in the coffin looked very like Universal Monsters type of situation. Wow. Even this episode, there's a lot of great shots. Visually, this is a great episode too. There's a lot of, like, the opening, it's the dark shots and the dark studio and little corners and stuff like that. And yeah, he did really good directing this episode.
And McLaughlin said that Roby really needed a lot of hand holding.
Yeah, like I said earlier, she had trouble with a lot of the real dramatic acting stuff.
He said there is a charisma about her. I would never want to compare anyone to Marilyn Monroe. If she worked within her limits, she was really good. But if she tried to go beyond that,
yeah,
or if the role was written beyond that, she struggled with it. It wasn't her fault. She knew what she could do well. McLaughlin wanted to push the envelope with the love scene between Roby and John Bolger, who played Pratt, and they were both willing to go for it. So, yeah, I guess they probably would have done more if Tom McLaughlin said, hey, we want to push it a little bit further.
You want to do Grey's Anatomy after we do this show?
I saw that earlier. I was like, I don't.
There's been 87 seasons. No one's doing that show. Nobody's doing that.
Honestly, I've never seen one damn episode of Grey's Anatomy.
I'm surprised you even mentioned that. Like, you would watch that show?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Mr. Wes Vance, did you watch that show? Did your wife make you watch that show?
And Unseen's wanting some of my ice cream. Let me get some of that, Dana.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm finished with it now. But unfortunately, I can't put it through the computer screen or anything to be able to allow you to have it. And if I tried to mail it to you, I don't think it would. It'd be milk by the time it goes. And Blissful says rules are made to be broken. Okay, words of wisdom for tonight. Okay. Anything else?
This episode next. Oh my gosh.
Oh, the next episode. So that's a hint that TJ wants me to go on to this next episode. So
let's just get to it already.
This one is also directed by William Fruitt. Wax Magic, and the cursed antique is a damn handkerchief. This episode.
Yeah, they're getting so. And again, bitch face falls in love with a girl who's married. Well, I mean, she's married, but I mean, so it starts off with a car. So it's called. So it's called Wax Magic. Like you said, it's directed by William Fruitt. Sorry. like I said, directed Spaz. We already talked about what he directed. We already went through that. It's a carnival. There's this couple that we're kind of following, and they're getting a teddy bear, and they're going on all the rides, and they decide to leave, and they get attacked by this this shrouded creature with a big ass axe. Chops them up into a few pieces. That's fun. I like to see a happy couple get killed. We get introduced to Marie and her husband Eldwin. They run the wax museum, and which I guess, at least for this carnival, there's a wax museum. I've never seen the carnival that had a wax museum before, but interesting idea. Why not? Marie gets headaches. The husband's sort of abusive. She has a friend at the carnival, Danny. Danny's trying to help her, but Danny's not strong enough. Danny's it doesn't matter much to the story, but Danny's I guess a dwarf or a little person, depending on what you want to call them, or what I don't know. That one's hard too. I don't know.
Yeah, what's the PC term?
Yeah, I know what not to call them, but
yeah.
And I don't think they say that in this episode. They might say dwarf, but other than that, I don't think. Anyway, he's like, she's like headache, and she gets kind of sick at one point, and he's like, this woman needs help, and he's like, stay out of my life, get out of here. Oh, by the way, her husband is played by Jan LaBelle. He was in the Electrocutioner episode. He played the dentist guy who was killing all those kids.
So that was her husband.
Oh no, sorry, Danny was. Danny. I'm sorry, Angelo Rosakos was was Aldwin. He played the killer in the electrocution, which I realized I didn't think of it when we were doing it, but electric. What the hell? I can't say the word anymore.
I had trouble with it the night we were talking about that episode.
Instead of executioner, he's the electrocutioner, which I wasn't thinking of that at the time. That's clever. So anyway, yeah, he's without the cheesy mustache in this.
There's something extra annoying about Ryan, other than him trying to get involved with a married woman. He was evidently dating a girl, Sally.
Well, she keeps canceling on him, and she keeps canceling dates with flimsy excuses. I would drop someone like that too. I'd say fuck you.
I thought maybe she just canceled one time. So you're saying
no? He says to Jack, she does this constantly to me. I've been there where you're dating a girl and she just keeps canceling on you, and I was just like, screw, like Cartman, screw you guys, I'm going home. Yes. So anyway, yeah. So Ryan's like, well, I have tickets to go to the carnival. He asks Jack to go. Jack's like, nah, I'd rather stay here and read my papers. and Ryan goes, it must be awful getting old. And then, well, Jack's like, well, screw you, I'm going to the carnival. Meanwhile, so they get there, Jack's complaining a lot. Ryan wants to do something, and Jack's like, I'd rather give myself brain surgery than go into this.
He wants to go on the Annihilator. He says, do you want to go on the Annihilator again? Which I'm not sure what that was. I can't remember. Was that like a roller coaster or something?
Probably. And his line is, I'd rather have do-it-yourself brain surgery.
Yeah, that's pretty scary if he'd rather have that.
So yeah, then we get another. Like I said, get another attack from the black shrouded creature person. They lose a finger. And right after that incident, we get Marie wakes up from a nightmare she had. She's been having nightmares, I guess, they're coinciding with her headaches. So we find out that her husband is killing people, and that is stopping her headaches. Mm-hmm. He's killing people through one of his wax figures, a Lizzie Borden wax figure. And like you said, there's a cursed handkerchief, and I guess I don't know how he found out it works, but he puts the handkerchief on the Lizzie Borden figure, and the figure comes to life and kills people for him and his wife, so she doesn't get headaches anymore. There's another point where Marie's like really in crazy state of mind. Danny comes in and says she needs help. She needs a doctor. The husband slaps him in the face. I was like, boy, this guy is a brazen ass. I guess you're picking on people who are, and this guy's not that tall either, and he's picking on a guy half his size. And Danny sort of leaves because what else is he going to do? Danny also has a limp. He has a cane. So not only is he very short, but he's like, you can't say cripple anymore either. You can't say anything anymore. I don't know what to say anymore.
No, I remember talking about Silver Bullet before, and I didn't even say cripple. I said crippled because that's what I grew up hearing. When back in the old days. Now I'm sounding like I'm 80 or something, but
back when I was young,
I would hear people say, well, so-and-so's crippled, and so I didn't even think about it. And somebody called me out on that in a private chat and said, you might not want to call somebody a cripple. I said, well, I didn't really say cripple. I said he was crippled, but, you never know what's going to upset people in this day and age.
No. But anyway, he has a limp in a cane. Let's say he uses a cane. I'll just say that. Whatever the fuck. Oh, by the way, the actress playing Marie was in the Baron's Bride episode. She played the wife of the guy, the wife that gets murdered. So she played a wife that's been murdered in this series. Poor girl. I don't know how she's going to do in this one. She's also in one of my favorite guilty pleasure movies, The Brain from 1988.
Yeah.
You ever seen The Brain? The giant brain just starts killing people. That's like such a bad movie, but it's so it's like
it's great.
Fun bad. Like yeah. A few years ago, they had it they showed it like at one of the movie theaters around here, and I was like, oh, and I didn't get to see it. I was like, oh, that would have been great to see with a bunch of people because it's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, excuse me. Oh, wait. I'm burping. Okay.
What did you have to eat earlier, TJ?
I had taco meat, but like in a hot dog bun with American cheese. So.
Well, no wonder you're burping then.
Yeah, that's not a good combination, but I was just like.
I mean, it sounds.
It sounded good when I was making. Because the taco meat was spicy, so I used the American cheese to cut down the spice a little bit. But
oh yeah,
I'm a gourmet, Gore. Anyway, Ryan and so another thing with Ryan. Ryan keeps Ryan meets Ryan meets Marie. He's in love with her all of a sudden. He's following her around. She leaves her drinks at the drink station. He brings them to her. He's like, "Oh, I see you left these drinks. I was bringing them to you." And I'm like, "You're stalking her, you jerk. You're not bringing them. You could care less about the drinks." Finds out that she's married. He's still like, "Oh, I don't know. Is she happily married? I'll find out." So
yeah, I'll come on to her and find out.
Yeah, so he takes her to the wax museum. The husband's like, "You son of a bitch, get away from my wife." If you haven't realized, he's a jealous douche. But at this point, I'd say if I didn't know the situation, I'd be like, yeah, I would be jealous. Ryan, you're a sneaky guy, and I could tell there's something up with you. You're ogling my wife. Yeah, I would be very upset. Anyway, she's like, oh, I'll show you the wax museum. She's showing him things. He's like, oh, you can't go back there. That's my husband's work area. He goes, but you'll let me back there, right? And I'm like, Ryan. So he goes back there, but no, this guy's like, no, you ain't going back there. Get out of here. He chases them away. There's like another killing, like I said. Actually, I jumped back and forth there, but anyway, we're back to past the guy trying to help her, and he gets smacked away. And then Ryan and wait a minute, what happens? Wait, what happens? Let's see. Yeah, Ryan finds the finger. He talks to Marie. Then Jack and Ryan are talking about the curse. Danny is hiding under the table, which I was like, and he's like, right? It's like a table that's like high up enough that you could know if someone was right under there, because they walk away and the camera, the way it's positioned, it looks like it's like right. He's right there, and I was like, because he's short, they think he's hidden, which he's not, but whatever. I think they cheated a little bit with the camera work, but anyway, they go back. They try to find out about the manifest, if there's anything about that would lead them to this. Why these people are getting murdered? They can't find anything, because I don't think at this point that they know it's a handkerchief. We get Marie and Danny have some. Danny. After Danny talks to Ryan and Mickey. Mickey's not in this episode, by the way.
Oh, sure. Right?
This is a Mickey-free episode. Last episode, there was no Jack. This episode, there's no Mickey. So Jack has been gone a few times. So it's about time that Mickey had a day off, I guess. Maybe he had a week off from filming or whatever.
She got to go on vacation or whatever.
Yeah, I mean. So anyway, and Danny tells them, Marie, Aldwin wanted to be with Marie. Marie said, no, I didn't want to be with you. She was alone. Because he's like, Marie was a townie who married a guy in the carnival. And then she didn't want anything to do with him. Then next day, all of a sudden, she's married to him. Her family tries to get her to come back home because they didn't know where she was. And she says, no, I want to stay here. And he doesn't understand why she wanted that. So flash forward, Danny's walking alone at night, very dark, spooky carnival. He gets killed by the axe. But we find out it's Marie who's the killer.
Yeah.
So at this point, we're like, what the fuck is going on? So it's later that night. Marie is with her husband, and he wants to have sex with her, and she's like, no, I don't want to have sex with you. And we find out something. Well, we find out something weird. We don't know exactly what's going on. He's mad at her. He's like, what happened to you? You've changed. There's some, I don't know what's wrong with you. And then he says, I made you want to be with me, and I made you want to love me. Huh. That's an interesting thing he phrased to her. I wonder what that means. Well, skipping a bunch of crap that's happened in this episode, we find out that not that it was it's bad crap. I'm just saying there's a bunch of stuff that happened.
Right.
Before we find out what the curse does. So we find out that he killed her encased her in wax and then brought her back to life with the handkerchief. I don't know how he found out the handkerchief worked, but he found out it worked, and he used it to bring her back to life. And so I guess her headaches weren't headaches that she had before, because there's a point in the story where Ryan's like, "What did the doctor say? What happened to you?" And she's like, "I don't remember, Ryan. I don't remember anything before I came to the carnival," because she was killed, and he gave her memory. I don't know. I guess the handkerchief also gives her memories and stuff. Like I said before, we don't know the parameters of the cursed item and how it works. We just know what it does, basically. Yeah. So we find out that the handkerchief belonged to the Louis the 16th. Madame Tussaud, the wax museum woman, is the one who created a bust of him or something like that, and he paid her by giving her a handkerchief. I'm like, was it the barter system or was he cheap? Did Louis the 16th go, "I don't got no money for you, but I'm going to give you this handkerchief to pay for this thing that you just made for me"? I'm like, I guess, didn't he get his head cut off or something like that? I guess that's the whole curse thing is the head, he got his head cut off, so now the cursed item is connected to Louis the 16th. So I guess the killer has to chop off heads.
And of course, the Lizzie Borden.
Oh, that's right. Because the Lizzie Borden figure is also plays into the whole axe situation. Because there's a point where I think it's Marie. Doesn't Marie tell him about Lizzie Borden and she killed her father and stepmother? Excuse me. She tells him the story. She's like, that's the only thing I remember, and she's kind of weirded out about it. And she gets one of those looks on her face, and she's like, she's like far away, but she's like thinking, and she's like, I'm making it funny, but I think she does pretty good in this episode.
Yeah.
She was great in the vampire episode too, but yeah. So we get so like I said, she at this point she doesn't. We don't. Wait a minute. I think I wrote this down. So let's see. Marie. Ryan loves her, I guess. Trying to figure out what's going on. So I think Ryan leaves, and then the husband's like all jealous, and he's like, what are you doing with your boyfriend there? And she's like, it's not like that. And I'm like thinking, you might not think it is, but Ryan thinks it's like that.
Ryan most certainly thinks it is.
This is another case where she's not really in love with Ryan at this point. But he's in love with her. Anyway, a married woman who's not in love with him, but whatever. Keep harping on this, but I'm done saying that. Maybe. So Ryan and Jack are at the shop thinking about trying to figure things out. They get attacked by Lizzie Borden, and she's doing like ninja jumps and leaps, and which I think it looks visually it looks cool because you see it like it's like this like shrouded black figure jumping at them, and it's like I think it's like in slow motion too. It looks really cool. And she's like swinging the axe and trying to get them both. But she's missing them. Jack gets shot because the husband comes in. But Marie kind of realizes. Oh wait a minute! What? No, I missed the whole part. Marie attacks them. They find out it's Marie because a fire burns her hand and it melts her hand, and they see who it is, and that's when they're trying to put 2 and 2 together about the curse and everything. And then the husband comes in, shoots Jack, takes her. Ryan goes after her. Ryan and the guy, the husband fight and stuff. A fire starts. She's sort of trapped behind the fire, and she kind of looks at the fire. She looks at Ryan. She looks at her husband. She looks down at the fire, and she looks at Ryan, and she starts walking towards the fire, and she's like, it was the only way, Ryan, and she starts melting in the fire. And this is a cool visual. It looks really. It starts bubbling and it starts melting, and one of her eyes pops out and falls down her face, and the other eye falls down. It sort of reminds me of, I don't know, you ever seen the movie The Monster Club?
Yes.
And there's the first story, and the woman, her face gets melted by the creature, and you just see her like face just all. It reminded me of that a little bit, but it's very cool with it. But it's also House of Wax. The movie House of this episode is definitely was inspired about the House of Wax. It had to have been. So anyway, she basically kills herself, and then I guess the husband goes to jail for the murders of everybody. And Jack. Another end of an episode where Ryan's sad because someone that he would fall in love with died. Ryan.
Has he not learned yet?
No. And by this time, Jack's comforting him, and if I was Jack, I'd be like, dude, I've had it with you. I'm getting out of it. But no. He says, Ryan, she was becoming more and more human as people were getting killed. As she kills, she becomes more and more alive, and she's becoming human again. So she's remembering the killings during the episode because she's becoming more human, and I guess that's making her memory come back. So Ryan's comforting. Jack is comforting Ryan by saying she killed herself because she realized that was the only way everything could stop, because one life isn't worth all that murder. All that one life isn't worth all that death.
Right.
That's how we end the episode with Jack saying that to Ryan. And, so yeah, I think visually look a lot of visual. The visuals are great in these episodes. This one was really good. The Ryan fall in love, whatever.
That's becoming.
You're gonna get used to it because it's gonna keep happening.
That's becoming a tired trope, though, of these episodes.
So tired.
But yeah, this one it was a pretty decent episode. I like the like the wax, mixing like a real person, so to speak, with a wax version, and all that is, and adding in those little tidbits from House of Wax and
the original, not the
right,
it's the Paris Hilton one.
Paris Hilton piece of crap.
Yeah.
But also,
that was a Tourist Trap remake. But anyway,
goodness. But anyway, the writer of this book does mention the Funhouse, the Tobe Hooper horror film.
Yeah, she said she wished it was more like that. It was it wasn't seedy enough looking. It was too bright.
But then she says near the end of this chapter, she says, whenever Marie returns from one of her kills, Aldwin immediately wants to have sex with her. Is this when she, as a human wax hybrid, is at her most human, her most vital? Or is it simply that the murders turn Aldwin on? I like the latter notion. It makes Aldwin seem even creepier and gives the whole episode an extra splash of seediness. Not like it needed anything to make it more disturbing.
I mean, Ryan's a amateur stalker. This guy's like, I mean, this guy killed her, and like it's actually that's a pretty heavy part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
That he saw her and fell in love with her, and then was like, well, if she doesn't want me, I'm gonna make her want me. It's just that's pretty. There's some tragedy and it's a little darker if you really think about it. Then
Let's just get down to brass tacks here, though, about Ryan. Ryan's just a horn dog. I mean, his hormones are just completely out of control.
Yep.
So, moving on to the next episode, we're getting down to the final ones of the night. This is Read My Lips, and the cursed antique is a silk flower this time around. So Mickey is back for this episode, by the way, because the episode starts off with her getting an unexpected letter from her best friend from high school, Gabrielle, who's getting married, and she wants Mickey to meet or to be her maid of honor.
Mm-hmm.
And also to meet her fiance, played by Billy Drago, who's a ventriloquist. So this is another, ventriloquist dummies are freaking creepy. I mean, I'll admit that.
This one is really creepy in this one.
Yeah. So I'm going to turn it over to TJ to start talking about Read My Lips.
Actually, it starts with the ventriloquist doing his act on stage.
That's right, yeah.
Played by Billy Drago. He plays Edgar Van Horn, and his dummy Oscar. Now we don't have to be politically correct. He's a dummy.
The ventriloquist dummy. Okay, people were not calling a real person a dummy.
Yes. Excuse me. So he's telling his jokes on stage. He's getting a little frustrated at his doll, though. He does the. Does he do the eat? I forget if he does the eating trick where he's eating something in the doll but he does it at some point. But he, like I said, he gets a little uncomfortable with the dummy, and people in the audience are sort of seeing that, and they're sort of like, "What's going on here?" There's a point where the dummy says, "What is it saying?" It raps. Oh, it's so bad.
Yeah.
We drank all the booze, now we gotta go. Like, it's like such a bad, so bad. But so the dummy Oscar starts saying, I can't say it. Time to pay the piper. But it's like comes off really creepy, and when the doll's creepy to begin with, but when it is deliberately creepy, it's extra creepy, I think. Especially in this opening, it's because you're just watching this comedy act, and then it's like it's a cringy comedy act with the rapping, but it's like then the doll starts saying that, and it's like, ooh, that's weird. Especially since we know this is a horror series. Even if you don't know that there's a curse, what the cursed item is, by the time while you're watching it, you're like, this dummy has got to be the cursed item. Because why would we start this episode off with a dummy if it's not the killer? Right. Especially since this is like late 80s, and there's been a bunch of ventriloquist movies by this point. Also, the dummy. I'm not spoiling anything because we're gonna. If you haven't figured this out, you're an idiot. The dummy comes to life at one point, and the actor who plays the dummy played Chucky in the original Child's Play. He also played, wait for it, Howard the Duck in the Howard the Duck movie.
That was Ed Gale, right?
Yes. And he was known for doing that. Like, I think he was like, besides like maybe Kane Hodder, he did like fire stunt, like one of the longest fire stunts, which I thought was a cool thing. I guess when you're a little person, that your fire stunts are different than a full size person doing a stunt. I don't know how that makes any sense, but whatever. That's how it was worded in the stuff I looked up online. But anyway, the dummy's acting weird. We get this sort of a ventriloquist groupie guy played by John Biner, who, has anybody ever seen Transylvania 65000? He's sort of like the Renfield guy in Transylvania 65000. He plays Carol Kane's wife wife. Carol Kane plays his wife in Transylvania 65000. So if anybody's seen that movie and they know that, I loved her in that. She's great in that. Anyway, she's not in this episode, unfortunately. But
unfortunately, because I love Carol Kane too.
Yeah, she's in the new one of the new Star Trek series. Anyway, he wants to meet the ventriloquist guy, but they're at the door. They're like, "No, you can't come in because you don't have a ticket." And he sneaks in later. Meanwhile, Edgar's talking to his fiancée, and the dummy sort of. We get the feeling that the dummy's affecting him not in a good way, and she's sort of being bothered by her fiance being, acting a little bit weird. Then we get this, I guess he's a bouncer or a security guy, comes wandering in later that night, and he gets killed by Edgar, I guess kind of coerced by the dummy. Then we get the next day. It's Mickey and Ryan, and they're reading. They're going through mail and the manifest and whatever, and she gets the mail. She gets the letter from her. What the hell's her name? Gabrielle. Gabrielle. She's getting married. She wants me to be. I haven't seen her for years, but she wants me to be the maid of honor. Her husband's a ventriloquist. We should go to the show. Ryan's like, nah, I don't. I feel weird about people who talk to themselves for a living, which I think, especially nowadays, because a lot of people talk to themselves for a living. They're YouTubers. Even if they have followers, they're talking to themselves until somebody watches their video.
Right.
Which, when I started recording some watch along things, and I just didn't feel like editing them, so I never did them. But I was just like, this is weird. Like, I'm sure you felt that your first couple of streams. You're like, why am I talking to myself?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I like to either have somebody live on the stream with me, or have at least 2 or 3 people in the chat. Otherwise, it feels strange after a while.
So, so yeah, he's like, I don't want to go. She ends up going. So we get a brief scene where what's his name? Travis, the John Miner character, he's got his own dummy he's practicing with. And this dummy looks creepier than Oscar does. Do you remember this? It kind of looks like it reminded me of something. I can't remember. It reminded me of an actor, and I can't remember like a creepy version of this actor. And I was just like, Anyway, I was like, if this was the dummy during the episode, I'd be like, oh, it looks like the guy from Salem's Lot, the one who's from the Clint Eastwood Any Which Way movies. Who's that guy? Remember the one in Salem's Auto sitting in the chair when he turns into a vampire and he's talking to the doctor and he's. Dana, you're going to do a watch along for Salem's Lot. You should know this guy.
Oh, now are you talking about the one that says, "Look at me, teacher"?
Him, yes.
Yeah, the caretaker of the cemetery. Oh, so he looks like that guy?
Yeah, he kind of looks like that. Anyway, yeah, but that's just a brief scene just because to show he's a stalker, I guess. A lot of stalkers in this episode. So anyway, the Edgar's and Oscar are doing their act. He's like, "Oh, let's go into the audience." Mickey is there with Gabrielle. Oscar is hitting on Mickey. Mickey's kind of like, "Oh, you're so funny." And then Oscar starts calling Gabrielle a dog, basically, and everybody's getting annoyed. When I love it when he first starts insulting her, Mickey goes, "Oof." Like she's like, kind of like, "Ooh, this is kind of awkward." And he gets very belligerent. She's upset. Mickey's upset. Only one who's not upset is Travis. He's writing down all this. Is like, "Oh, this is good comedy. This is hilarious." And I'm like, "Okay, dude, read the room." But anyway, Mickey's like, "Why are you marrying this guy? He seems like a jerk, a weirdo and a jerk." And she's like, No, it's not him. It's Oscar." And we're like, "Okay, this is weird." All right. Anyway, so we go backstage. We have a little. Mickey's like, "I don't want to go back there because I don't like this guy." We get back there. Oscar's doubling down on the insults. Gabrielle's pissed off at Edgar because what's Edgar? She's like, she's not making the excuse for it's Oscar anymore. Mickey leaves, kind of disgusted by this whole thing. She's gone. And they have this whole, it's either me or the doll, basically. And at that point, I would have been like, yeah, get rid of the damn doll. She should have left. It's just, meanwhile, it's funny that she throws him in the closet, and then after she's done talking, we get a shot of Oscar in the closet, kind of staring with his big, ventriloquist dummy eyes, and it's just spooky. It's very weird. Then we cut to Ryan looking up some Nazi stuff, and I'm like, "What is this now? Nazi episode?" We find out that Jack is visiting some dude who has this paraphernalia that he wants to collect, but I guess it's Nazi stuff. I'm like, why is Jack? I guess it's part of the curse stuff, but it's like, I guess that was a thing in the 80s. Nazi memorabilia was a big thing, I guess. Do you know anything about that? Not that you're into Nazis, but I'm just like,
no, I don't know. I mean, that's possible though.
Because I remember like the Ilsa movies from like the 70s and early 80s. The Ilsa, like there was an Ilsa She-Wolf of the SS. That's where Rob Zombie came. The only thing of Rob Zombie's that I thought was interesting was his short in his trailer in Grindhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was just a bunch of hodgepodge of cool imagery. I thought that was great. Like he could never do that as a movie, I don't think, especially now, because it was a takeoff of the Ilsa movies and all that stuff. So anyway, yeah, we're trying to figure out, what are these curse items and what's it have to do with these deaths that are going on, because Ryan tells Mickey about the body they found in the alleyway of where the act is being happening. He's like, yeah, there's a body that was hacked up into 16 pieces or whatever. And then Mickey says something like, Gabrielle, I'm glad she's not going through trouble like that. And I'm thinking, well, technically it is trouble that she's going through, even though she doesn't know about her husband being a murderer. So we get a scene with the the future husband and wife. They're talking to the agent. They're like, he wants to take a break. We might even want to change the act. Or he says, I might even want to just stop doing this work at all completely. He says, well, okay, but finish the tour and then we'll talk about it. And they're like, okay, bye. What's the agent? His name is, what the hell's his name? Bernie. Bernie's the agent.
Yeah.
He's like, you should get some help. Gabrielle's like, you should get some help. You're going to visit the psychiatrist. He brings Oscar to the psychiatrist. He's like, well, he's telling the psychiatrist about everything. And she's like, well, let me meet Oscar. And then Oscar starts his yelling, but he's not yelling. He's not complaining about the shrink. He's talking about Gabrielle. And it's very clear that he is upset with Gabrielle about this whole situation. Then the psychiatrist, the doctor, she's like, well, maybe you should start visiting me like a lot during these first couple of weeks because we really got to talk about what's going on here. And he's about to kill her, and then she's turning around and he hides the knife and he's like, we definitely should get together a lot and talk about this. So she doesn't get killed. But they're like, even though it's not funny, I like when he finally gets Oscar out of the case and Oscar goes, whew, hated it in there. So yeah, then we have another discussion with Mickey and Ryan. Mickey's like, you're invited to the bachelor party, Ryan. You should go. Because that's what the agent says to Gabrielle. You better let him go to that bachelor party. She's like, oh, I'll let him go. You can go to a stag party and hookers, and because there's some scantily clad girls. They're not hookers because it's at I guess it's at the club or whatever. So they're like probably like waitresses or whatever. He brings out Oscar. Oscar does some comedy. Oscar's being a bitch again.
Talking bad about Gabrielle again.
Yeah. Travis gets a call, but not from Edgar. He gets a call from Oscar. Oscar wants to see him. Like, okay, that's weird. So it's the that happens. We get now it's the wedding day. Everything seems to be going fine. And then we get to if anybody has any objections. Somebody does have objections. Guess who has objections? It's Oscar. Somehow, even though I don't think they brought him to the I don't think definitely Edgar didn't bring him to the wedding. Edgar's there. Edgar has a fight with Oscar. Edgar starts flipping out. He's acting like a cuckoo person. Some reason Travis was invited by Oscar. I don't get that whole thing. Why he would even go to the wedding. This guy's sort of like I said, he's another stalker. Like this guy is just like he's a weirdo too, but in a different way. He starts yelling, he's going to kill Oscar. He's going to die. He's going to kill you. Ryan and another guy drag him out. He sort of calms down, but he freaks out again, runs into traffic, and gets hit by a car. He's not dead. Then we have a little talk with Mickey and Ryan, and Mickey's like, Ryan's like, I'm gonna go see Edgar, and or does he see Edgar? No. They talk about what happened, and Mickey's like, I'm gonna go change, and Ryan goes to do something, and then we see that Travis now has Oscar, the owner of the club, and Bernie are like, well, what are we gonna do? We need somebody to replace him. And then the owner's like, if I knew this was gonna happen, I would have had you. Like, how would you know that your head act was gonna go crazy and run into traffic and get knocked? You know, like. You don't see that, oh, I'm going to have a something in my a backup. That makes no sense. But anyway, So we do have a backup. It's Oscar and Travis. They do the little act, and the guy's like, "Oh, cool, this is gonna work."
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, Travis is like, "Can we do?" Is doing. Oscar is doing jokes, and then Travis goes, "Can we do some of my jokes now?" And then Oscar is like, "Look at this guy. He's just starting, and he wants to be as big as me now. All of a sudden, doing the act." And I'm like, "So does Travis know that Oscar is alive at this point? Because he's just letting him do all the act, and he's just he has his hand up the back, looks like he's controlling Oscar, but Oscar is not doing anything he's telling him to do, and then he does the apple trick while Oscar talks. So what does Travis think is happening? Does he think he's doing all this? What is your opinion of that part?
Uh,
I'm sorry, I'm yelling at you. What's your opinion? No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I like this episode, but I found it sort of confusing. I don't know if that was because I was going through it a little quicker than normal.
Yeah, you gotta pay attention. There's a lot going on in this episode.
I know.
Because it cuts to something, and then you see a big like scene, and then you cut to like a short scene, and then there's a longer scene. It's like, you know.
Yeah. So,
okay, you don't know. You're just confused.
yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just kind of stumbling.
You can't give me any insight. Well, thanks a lot. No, it's all right. I understand. Believe me, I went through a lot of these episodes too, but I also like went through them and then I started writing shit down.
Yeah, I might have to start doing that at some point.
So yeah, then it seemed to go well, and then there's a nice fade out with him sitting eating the apple in his regular clothes, and then it cuts to the night of the performance, and so there's this nice fade into the scene. So he's sitting there, the apple's in his hand. He's just like smiling goofily while Oscar's doing all the talking.
Yeah.
So the show went really well. They're like, "Oh, you're going to be the new headliner or whatever." He goes out into the alley. He's drinking a bottle of wine. He just throws it on the ground. He's really happy. This big guy sort of bumps into him, and he's like, "Hey, watch it!" And the big guy's like, and then Oscar starts like mouthing off to the big guy, and Travis is like, "It's not me, it's the dummy." Like, really, dude? And this big hulking guy is like about to pound him, but no, he stabs the guy, and the guy goes down pretty fast. I guess he got him right in the heart. I guess, I don't know. He dies from one stab wound to the chest. That's it for that guy. And then we get a scene, and then basically Travis is like, "Oh, well, Oscar's like, well, now this is going to be what you're going to be doing now. You're going to be killing people, and then I'm going to make you famous and whatever." And then we have a scene. This scene is. I love this scene because it's really good. Ryan doesn't do a lot. It's mostly Billy Drago's performance that I liked in this.
Yeah.
So he's strapped to a gurney, and Ryan is interviewing him, basically trying to find out what happened, what the situation is. And he's doing a great, crazy impression. So
I just kind of find that funny, that whole scene. Here the guy is strapped to a gurney, and Ryan's doing this Columbo thing. Is like, so, you know.
One more question, sir. One more question. He's calling him Mr. Van Horn, and I'm like, you went to his bachelor party. I think you could call him Edgar, but I don't know. If you get invited to someone's bachelor party, can't you call them by their first name?
So Wes, Steve wasn't snoring when I was watching this episode because Dana couldn't pay much attention to this episode. Steve was snoring really loudly, and Jason Voorhees isn't going to show up. Wes,
no, he never is going to show up.
Not in these shows.
What was I looking at? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, he says a lot of stuff. There's a lot of dialogue that goes on during this scene. Props to Billy Drago for the performance and remembering all these lines. It'd be hard to remember all this stuff. I remember I did something and it was like 5 minutes of just me talking. I was like, I had to remember all this stuff. It's very hard. You not only got to remember the words, you got to also act with the words. So when you get those people saying that these millionaires complaining that they're not getting enough money for acting because it's not real work, I'm like, some of this is real work. I mean, for a job, you have to memorize stuff and execute it. That's any job. So why is acting not a job if you're doing the same exact thing?
Well, we've talked about this before. Robert Shaw's long speech
in Jaws,
about the Indianapolis, and I think he was drunk off his ass when he was doing that too. To his credit, he was able to do that thing perfectly.
But he says a lot of stuff. Like he starts singing at one point, something like he's like, I'm in here and he's out there. I'm in here. He's a very good crazy. He does a really good crazy person.
It sort of reminds me of that old movie Magic with Anthony Hopkins.
Yes. Oh, that's
about a creepy, Anthony Hopkins is creepy in it, especially towards the end. But that damn ventriloquist dummy doll is extra creepy too.
And then, spoiler to anybody who hasn't seen that movie, it isn't the dummy. It's Anthony Hopkins who's crazy. So I mean, and he actually is. That's another. Yeah, he's a dual personality. And this one, Edgar is just one note crazy. He's not a dual personality, but like, because you never believe at one point. At least I never believed that at any point in this movie this episode that there was a Oscar performance. It was Billy Drago performing Oscar. It was Oscar and Billy Drago. It was two different characters. I never thought that, So I think it says that in the book that the writer of the book. She's like, I kind of thought that it was sort of Billy Drago's character, what he really was feeling underneath, and that the doll was expressing it for him. But I didn't feel that way. I felt that there were two separate characters, Oscar and Edgar. So, by the way, wasn't the Edgar Bergen? I wonder if he was named after Edgar Bergen. Edgar Bergen was a ventriloquist. He was like a.
That's interesting. I mean, that would totally make sense.
Yeah. Murphy Brown's father. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. None of the kids know Murphy. What kid? We're all the same age, probably. Who were here, anyways, in this chat, anyways. If there are kids that watch this, look it up. We have the internet, for crying out loud. Look up shit. No one has the right to go, I don't know what that is. You can look it up on your phone. Anyway, all right.
You can Google it, for goodness sake.
You might not know that second, but you can learn it. That 2 seconds afterwards, you can figure it out. Anyway, Edgar is off his rocker. He's gone, basically, out of this episode. Ryan goes to Bernie. He's like, look, this guy's just he's trying to get Oscar, and he's trying to rationalize it with Bernie, but he's also slightly threatening Bernie. He's like, if you don't give me this doll back, I'm gonna report you to somebody, whether it's Gabrielle or the cops or whatever. I think Ryan's trying to strong arm him a little bit in this. But he's bringing up legitimate stuff. Like, the guy's basically using Oscar, so technically he's ripping off Edgar because Edgar was also using Oscar, but he used Oscar first. So everything that Travis is doing is ripping off Oscar and Edgar. So, and Ryan sort of says that better than I just said. I said it, made it confusing, but But he basically said, "All right, I'll get." He basically convinces him. He's like, "Okay, but after the show, I'll get you the doll. You're not going to get it. I'll do it. I'll do it, and I'll bring it to you." And he's like, "Okay, fine." So Bernie tries to reason with Travis, but Oscar is not going to go for it. So Oscar this time Oscar is the killer. Oscar kills Bernie for trying to take him away from Travis. Travis just kind of stands there like, I don't know if he's drunk or whatever. He just like he can't. He's nothing he can do. Basically, Oscar's in control of the whole situation. And we go back to Mickey Ryan again. Ryan's like, okay, I'm gonna go to Bernie's. I'm gonna get Oscar back from Bernie's. He goes over to Bernie's place. He's kind of looking around. He plays a tape of wait, is he at Travis's house or is he at Bernie's house? That confused me. Actually, anyway, he's at somebody's house. Because he was where the murder had taken. I think it was where the murder was. Because he plays. Ryan turns on. There's nobody there.
So Ryan goes to Travis's house because.
Okay, Travis's house.
Any word from Bernie?
That's what it was. Because he goes there and he nobody's there and he turns on the tape recorder that Travis used to record his act and he hears what just took place with Bernie and Travis and Oscar. By the way, when Bernie gets killed, Oscar is more human, so we actually see we've now traded the dummy for the actual actor who plays the physical Oscar. Mm-hmm. It looks even weirder and creepier because he has a mask on of the Oscar mask on. Anyway.
You know what I was just thinking about? You were mentioning the ventriloquist dummy doll was named Oscar. Wasn't there a doll in the first Child's Play movie? I don't know if it's the one that Andy has or gets, but isn't there one named Oscar? Isn't there one that's maybe it's on that little cartoon he's watching?
Well, yeah, they mentioned a bunch of names. I think I can't.
Maybe it was on the cartoon when he was watching the cartoon about the good guy dolls, and there's a like. There it is.
Yeah, I found the clip. Yeah, you're right. That was the toy commercial. Yeah, so this is someone. Well, did Tom also write the episode? I mean, no, he didn't. He didn't write this episode.
No.
Not Tom. Francis D'Elia didn't write Child's Play. No. Yeah. So yeah. Well, were you trying to connect those two for that reason, or you just?
I just, you kept saying Oscar, and it kept getting in my brain. I was like, wasn't there a part on Child's Play when one of the dolls said, "Hi, my name is Oscar, and I want to be into the end."
I wonder if Tom McLaughlin watched this episode and said, "Hey, when I do my movie, I'm going to write that." Anyway, Ryan searching around the house. For some reason, he decides to look in the refrigerator, and hey, there's Bernie. He's all Mrs. Voorhees. His head's in the refrigerator. I think it's actually the guy in the refrigerator, but it's a cool looking shot where he's just like the bloody neck, and I like practical stuff.
I gotta put this up here because Dirk says, "Hey y'all, just dropping in, working crazy late these days. It got up to 105 today here in the Devil's Armpit."
That's crazy. You can start seeing dummies come to life with all that to make you delirious. Yeah. Yeah, Ryan calls Mickey. Mickey tells Mickey you should go warn Gabrielle. Call her on the phone. Mickey's phone Mickey's phone line gets cut by two gloved hands. We know it's Oscar. If you don't, you're an idiot. I do like we have a nice pan shot with the shot of the camera going with the two telephone wires and then to the hands, and I think that's a cool shot. Then we go to Gabrielle. She's I don't know what she's gonna do. She never really officially got married. Does she get anything in the will? But he's not dead. I don't know. Anyway, so she's making some tea or whatever, and guess who's there? Travis and Oscar. She's like, "What the hell are you doing here?" And Oscar starts talking, and she's like, "What?" She's shocked that Oscar is moving and talking. Travis is going to kill her. She has the hot tea water, throws it in his face. He's on the ground. I can't see Oscar. Oscar chases her around the room. It's kind of funny, but it's also weird because there's a shot where you see directly behind Oscar, and it's like jumping around like it's a doll, but then you see it from the other side, and he's running normally. So I'm like, so is he hopping or is he running? I'm confused.
Yeah, it's like, what'd they do?
Pick one visual and stick with it. I think they should have kept with the running like it wasn't like he was still not fully human. I think that would have been better, but we now get the doll with we got the actor with makeup on his face instead of a doll or him with a doll mask. He just has makeup now. She falls down the stairs. Mickey comes in. Mickey and Ryan get attacked. Mickey goes to check on Gabrielle. Ryan has a fight with Oscar. We find out it's not Oscar that is possessed. It's the boutonniere that he's wearing.
Yeah,
that is what is possessed. Which is like, wow, that's tiny and very evil. Interesting. And I have a thing about the curse on this one, but I'll mention that in a couple seconds. Anyway, they have a fight. He pulls off the boutonniere. He lives. Gabrielle, I think, is alive. I don't know. I guess Travis was convicted of the murders. We have the little epilogue with Mickey and Ryan. We find out the guy who Jack was seeing for those Nazi memorabilia also owned the boutonniere at one point, because the boutonniere was an artifact from Hitler, because the curse is from something that happened where Hitler was told, if you wear this boutonniere, you won't die, or you can be resurrected.
Yeah.
So that's a stretch, but sure, why not? And Ryan contemplates if Oscar had become human, how much worse could he have been? Mm-hmm. And Mickey and Ryan are like, glad we didn't have to find that out because we stopped him. And then Mickey's going to put the boutonniere into the vault, and she says, "So innocent and yet so powerful," and that's the end of the episode.
Yeah, and this is pretty much and you may have mentioned this earlier, TJ. Jack's missing from this episode pretty much.
He's on a phone call, but we don't see him.
So, yeah, that means Mickey gets to deliver the end of the episode wisdom.
So the boutonniere now, does it bring? Now here's what I was thinking. Does it bring? How does the curse work? Is the curse giving Edgar fame, or is the curse giving Oscar life, or is it both? Because it could be either one or both. There's three ways to go.
If you go by the actual background of the cursed object, Hitler had it and said they told him he wouldn't die, he'd be reanimated.
Yeah.
So if you go by the original curse on the item, I guess, then it would just be given Oscar life. But he's a evil little bastard, though, ain't he? So he also makes things bad for people around him. Edgar basically loses his mind.
And he becomes a murderer. Then he loses him. Yeah, it's like, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, the curse. Now, now Uncle Lewis, he manufactures these curses. I don't know how he does it. But he gets so specific about things. And then other things he's very vague about. Or you think he would have, they wrote in the manifest what was sold, but he never wrote down what the parameters for each curse were. You think if he had those kind of books, that would be in there, but we never hear about that ever during the series. That would be an interesting thing to see, like that.
Evidently, Uncle Lewis was very meticulous about some things and didn't give a shit about other things.
Like the thing with the baby rocker, it's like the Titanic thing. How did you figure out the whole thing? And then, that one had like 7 kills, and it's like, but the other ones don't seem to have a limit to how many you kill to get your big reward. Anyway, I don't know.
But I guess the takeaway from this episode is we both liked it pretty well. I mean, it's got some freaky ass ventriloquist dummy dolls in it, and not, there's been better like classic horror type of stuff, mainly, being like Magic. Magic is probably one of the best.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a ventriloquist dummy from Dead of Night, which is a 1945 British anthology film.
Yes.
And 1978's Magic, of course, with Anthony Hopkins. And evidently the writer of this book did not like Dead Silence from 2007 because they specifically say to 2007's failed slasher flick Dead Silence. And dummies have also been featured in the episodes of American Horror Story, Tales from the Crypt, Alfred Hitchcock Presents, and The Twilight Zone, which did 2 separate episodes on different dummies.
Mm-hmm.
So did you see Dead Silence, TJ? Did you like it?
I have, yes. I thought it's okay. It's was it James Wan? Didn't he direct that?
Yeah.
And
I
liked it. I liked the surprise ending. That was a cool twist.
I think CK and Uncle Bill like it too, if I'm remembering correctly.
And the opening is great. It's one of those good opening kill movies. I think it was probably very inspired by Scream, because it's brutal. Because isn't she pregnant?
Honestly, and this is a shame of mine. This is a movie I've never seen.
So it's the beginning. It's the beginning.
Yeah, you didn't spoil it for me, and I didn't tell you ahead of time.
I didn't say what the ending was. I just said the ending was good.
Eventually, I'll watch it. So if we move on, we're down to
this episode. You'll probably talk about who the director is.
Yep.
And how so? All right, go ahead.
That we're down to the final 2 episodes of the night.
Yeah.
So this is 13 O'Clock, written and directed by Rob Hedden, who also did Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. And in this case, the cursed antique in question is a pocket watch.
Yep.
So I'll let TJ start this one off.
And it's the return of Ingrid Veninger. She's got a complicated name.
You're doing
Veninger. She was the what the hell is her name? She played Helen in the Vanity's Mirror episode.
Okay.
She was also in The Gate and a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, so it's interesting to see her back because she's not done up with the nerdy look with the pimples and the dirty hair and stuff like that. She looks like a normal person, but she still looks like the same person. And it's just like, at least some of the other ones, they look slightly different. I was saying the guy from the episode where Mickey falls in love with the actor guy. That guy was remember the Monsters episode where the werewolf was in the basement and the little boy was going to get killed by Abe Vigoda and the other dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the guy who played the creature with the makeup on.
Okay.
And he was also in the Monsters one with another Monsters episode. Anyway, yeah. So Jack is, all three of them are actually in this one, which is a rare treat, I guess.
Yeah, at least for this season, anyway.
So 13 o'clock, which is 13 because of Friday the 13th, the series.
And I guess that 13 is traditionally unlucky.
Yeah. It's also the as Jack says during the episode, the occult. He says occult. Is the occult evil? The evil number of the occult is 13. Like, no kidding, really. And yeah, I don't know how long after this Rob Hedden did Jason in Manhattan, like the year later, because he also was one of the writers too. So maybe he was writing at the same time. I don't know. Did Frank Mancuso Jr. Produce Friday 8?
I want to say yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so we started the subway. We got these kids playing around. We got people getting on and off the subway. We got these sort of punk kids. One of them is Ingrid V. That's what I'm going to call her.
That's easier.
And we got this this older guy who's being chased by this younger girl. Like, literally, she's following him. Not chasing him, but she's following him sort of a few steps behind. We don't know what the situation is at the moment. The guy goes up to this guy playing the saxophone. I was hoping he was gonna be blind because I would have been like, "Hey, is he the blind guy from the Miss Medusa episode of Tales from the Dark Side?" But it wasn't, so I didn't. It wasn't as fun as I wanted it to be. So he ends up the older guy ends up killing this the street musician, or the subway musician. The woman sees this. She's shocked. She's still following the guy. After he kills this poor dude, in this sort of really cool scene, the way the scene where he's killed is like he's at, I think he's like on the street. Oh, that's right. He kills the guy because she follows him out from the subway, because the subway becomes a part of the story later on. So the guy's playing the saxophone. He gives him some money, and then he sort of like he gets a hammer or a crowbar or something like that, and he smacks the guy, and the guy goes falling backward. It's shot from below, and it's this really cool fall back. The stuntman was a really good stuntman in the scene. I'm going to guess maybe the actor who performed it might have actually been a stunt guy too. I don't know. I didn't really see I didn't go like with the remote and go. Blip, blip.
You didn't go like in little increments trying to.
No. Yeah. So he goes back to the subway, and we see time stop when he presses the button, and it's this cool visual where you see it turns to 1 o'clock, and you see the 1 and then a 3 appears, next to the 1, so it turns into 13 o'clock, which I thought was it's a simple visual, but it's a cool concept and everything like that. And then everything except for the guy is frozen in time, and everything's in black and white, which is another cool visual too. He's just in color. And this is like one of those earlier. This isn't like nowadays you can do that with your computer. You can make something color and everything else is black and white. This was like back when you couldn't do that, and it was sort of new back then. So I liked it in that context, and I remember sort of stuff like that before it happened. I'm not gonna say how old I am, but I remember stuff when it changed. So like I was with my dad, and he was like, "Yeah," he's like, "I've been through a lot of stuff. Like I've been through a lot of changes," and like he was just waxing poetic with me, and it's just like, yeah. And so watching this episode, I was like, yeah, kind of like. So people nowadays, they can't appreciate shit like that because they're like, oh, I've seen this a million times. I can do this on my computer with like in 2 seconds, like so.
And you're like, la-di-da, shut up.
Yeah, drop dead. I don't care. That and it sort of just ends with the black and white, and then we cut to Mickey and Ryan getting towed. We only hear this through the dialogue. We don't actually. There's a couple of things we don't actually see. We only hear through dialogue with Mickey and Ryan. So they're trying to recover this cursed item. I forget what it was. I can't remember what it was. Anyway, and their Mercedes is getting towed away. Aw, poor people getting the Mercedes towed away. And they have a little argument where Ryan's like, well, if I was driving, this wouldn't have happened. And she's like, I can drive better than you on my worst day. So they're like, all right, we got to get this cursed item. They go off. And then we find out about the older guy and the younger woman. Seems they're husband and wife. And I guess he's been using the time stopping to become rich, maybe. I don't know, because he's giving her, fancy stuff. He gives her a letter opener, and she's like, "Oh, how lovely, a letter opener." Yeah. But she's like, "Wait a minute, didn't you say presents?" So he takes her to her new Porsche. I'm like, boy, they had a great budget too, of a car budget. They had a Mercedes and a Porsche. They had the Mercedes more, but the Porsche they had for this episode, I was like, ooh, I wish I had that Porsche. That's really cool. What would you rather have, the Porsche or the Mercedes?
Porsche. If it was the Porsche or the Mercedes, I'd have to say Porsche. But I would really like to have, I've always said my dream car is like one of those muscle cars. Yeah.
Well, if I was rich enough to afford a Mercedes, I'd be rich enough to have a driver to drive me in that Mercedes, so I would rather have the Mercedes. The Porsche I would also have, because I would drive that for my extracurricular activities. Anyway, then it gets creepy and weird because she starts calling him daddy and talking in a baby voice, and he's playing along with her, and I'm like, what is this episode? It's grossing me out, man. He's like, I'm not even gonna do it. It's just like, and she's like, oh my, I don't even know. I didn't write down what he said because it was just,
it's cringy.
Yeah, it was just too cringy, and I was like, oh my goodness, what? Who wrote this dialogue? And then they had to act the dialogue too, and it's like, oh, anyway, yeah. So she gets the Mercedes, she gets the Porsche. I guess they have sex, but we don't see it. But we get the next scene, which is, I don't know if it's the next day or later that night. She's in bed with some other dude, who's her actual boyfriend, who I guess she's been selling the presents she's getting from the old guy and giving the money to her boyfriend. Which, sure, why don't you just dump your shitty ass boyfriend and stay with the rich guy who's giving you expensive crap and who's married to you, whatever. And we don't see their sex, but we see the aftermath because she's in I guess a negligee that's cut up really high because we see a lot of leg and a lot of thigh. So if you leg guys, you'll love this scene. And then they're talking about the old guy, and she's talking about the watch, and he's only caring about the money they could get from him. And he's not believing her because she's like, this is weird, and you're not listening to me, and whatever. And her boyfriend is Eric, played by David Proval, who was in the Badge of Honor episode. He was like the mob boss guy, and I think he's been in The Sopranos, so he's another returner. So we got 2 returners in this, him and Ingrid. Mickey and Ryan decide to take the train because they have no car. They come across these kids, and they're Ingrid, her friend Johnny-O or something like that is his name. He's wearing a weird
Johnny-O. Yeah.
Yeah. They're dressed very late 80s, big jackets and weird hats and whatever. And she's betting the dude that she can walk on her hands on the edge of the train train platform. So she's stupidly, dangerously doing that. She falls. Looks like she hurt herself because she's not moving. Ryan goes to save her. We find out she was just kidding. Ha, ha, ha. But Ryan almost gets hit by a train. Mickey pulls him out in time. She saves his ass. She's doing that a lot in this series, saving his ass. She does it a couple of times in this episode. There's another scene later that happens. So anyway, they're like, ha, ha, ha. All the kids are laughing at them. They're laughing at Ryan. Ha, ha, ha. I wasn't almost dead, so you trying to be a nice guy and save me? You're a loser. I'm like, really? Is that how we're gonna do it? Somebody tried to save your life, and he's the loser. Like, okay, whatever. I'm mad at these kids who are only acting characters in a TV show. Meanwhile, these kids who are laughing at everybody are homeless. They're in the street eating sandwiches. They're in an alleyway eating sandwiches behind the boxes. Her and the Jono. Then we have wifey there. She has stolen the dude's watch. He catches her with it. They have a fight. Well, not a fight though. They don't have a fight, but he's going to kill her because of the watch. But then, guess what? She has a knife, stabs him, and kills him. Just Ingrid is there, and not Ingrid. Ingrid, the actress, plays Sky. She's there. She witnesses what's going on, but she manages to get away. The ex-wife, she's an ex-wife now. She's a widow now. The widow now kind of takes the watch back, figures out what it does, and then she goes on a shopping spree where she's stealing everything that she can get her hands on while everybody's frozen. They have an hour. That's the curse too. It has an hour where time is frozen for an hour. Once they kill somebody, then time is frozen for an hour. And she goes on a shopping spree. She breaks open a window while there's a cop standing there in front of the window. She takes his little billy club thing and she goes, "Can I borrow this?" And she smashes the window. She takes a bunch of jewelry and clothes and whatnot. It's sort of like a Pretty Woman. But it doesn't matter if anybody's on commission because she's still in the shit, so it doesn't really. So no one gets anything out of this. Big mistake, huge. The hour is over. The cop is like, "Well, what am I staring at?" Because no one knows what's going on. Sky and Jono, they're talking. She tells them what happened. They're kind of stuck. They don't know what to do. She's like, "We don't need anybody else. That's just the way it is. We're loners, blah, blah, blah." Meanwhile, Mickey, Ryan, and Jack, they're reading the paper about the death of the husband, Henry. I forget if they read about Henry's dad, because Henry had mentioned earlier that my father owned the watch, so he got it from his dad. So the dad, we find out later that the dad hawked the watch in Lewis's shop, but then got it back. But by then it was cursed by Lewis, so now he not only got his watch back, but he also got a curse he didn't know he had. And he ended up dying in an accident or something. I can't remember how the father died. Do you remember how the father died? They mentioned it. I can't remember that. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so we have more of the girl, the woman. What's her name? It's Rhea something, Rathia. What the fuck is her name?
Retha, I think.
Retha. What a dumb name. Maybe it's somebody's mother's name. So I'm sorry, whoever wrote the story, but Retha is a weird name. Her and the boyfriend are talking about where she got the stuff, and she's like, don't worry about it. Mickey and Ryan come to the door because they're trying to find the watch. She's like, oh, I don't know, my husband's dead. I don't know anything about a watch. Get the hell out of my house. She doesn't say it like that, but she's doing a really bad fake crying job. But Mickey and Ryan seem to fall for it because Mickey always seems to fall for women who are sad. I don't know why. She should be able to know that they're lying because she's also a woman. But then again, I'm being judgmental about women, so I should shut up. Anyway.
You're only being judgmental towards goofy women like it's in this episode.
Well, okay. Thank you. So Mickey and Ryan are coming across the two kids because I guess they remember them from the hello, Uncle Bill.
Uncle Bill's back again.
We see the kids, then we found Mickey and Ryan figure out where they are. They want to question them because they want to find out what Sky saw. She asked them for $20. Guess where Ryan doesn't have any money. Guess where they get the $20 from Mickey. Mickey's saving his ass again.
Saving his ass all over the place.
Yeah, especially this episode. They're like, we're not going to tell you anything. Get out of here, you old people. Then Rathia finds this old guy. I guess she's going to kill him, but it's another creepy scene because she can only find old guys to kill and hit on. I mean, and she's got her boyfriend who seems to be his age.
She's got to have a sugar daddy, as they put it in the book here.
Yeah, I guess. And then yeah, Mickey and Ryan leave. They're kind of like, oh, great, we're not going to get anything out of these kids. Then they see Rathia. They're like, wait a minute, why is she here? They realize that she has the cursed watch. Ryan goes after her in this little chase scene. He grabs onto her as she clicks the watch. And we find out if you're touching the person, you're also not affected by the you're also not affected by the time freeze. So it doesn't matter if you own the watch. If you're connected to someone or touching somebody who has the watch, you're also not frozen. I think they did that in another episode too, something like that. Anyway, Ryan again falls into the train tracks. He rolls out of the way in time when time starts again. Now there's another subplot where the boyfriend caused an accident of some old woman who was. I don't know the whole story. I can't remember it. Do you remember that part? Why was he somebody he knew, or was it just some woman who was in an accident that he caused? we'll just say that. I don't know if there's directors who are.
Yeah. That sounds more like it.
So anyway, he talks about this old woman, and if the woman comes out of her coma or whatever, she's going to pin him for whatever happened, and Rathia decides, no, we're going to kill her. Like, okay, sure. So she's going to inject her with this poison into her system somehow or whatever, and do that.
I had to put that up there.
Okay. So, Rathia goes into the woman after time's frozen, injects her with this stuff, and then she wakes up from the coma. She wakes up, not from the coma, but she was like wakes up from the time freeze, and then I guess I guess it was fast acting poison, whatever. And the old woman kind of dies. She has a pretty like a memorable kind of like, she sort of just like gags and yells and twists and dies. And it's like, ooh, this is kind of ooh. I was kind of affected by that a little bit. And then we're back at the shop. Ryan's got Mickey's putting some ice on his head for the bump from falling on the train tracks. They talk about the curse, how it's an hour. Jack says occult, and it annoys me a little bit. He talks about the 13 o'clock hour. And we find out the kids are on the run from the crazy lady who's trying to kill them. We get another little scene with the boyfriend and Rathia. That's not too important. Then Mickey, the kids decide, because Mickey had given her card to the kids, they decide they're going to go to the Curious Goods and they're going to, see what they can do to help. Meanwhile, Mickey and Ryan said they can stay there. Mickey and her have a heart-to-heart. I think it's kind of a sweet little scene. I kind of like it. The actors do pretty good in the scene. And I think we're alluding to the fact that maybe they can stay there for a while until they can get on their feet or whatever. But Rathia and the boyfriend are still trying to kill the kids. They end up finding Sky, and they're gonna kill her. Johnny O and Ryan hook up, and they try to find Sky. Then we have a nice chase through the subways and through the train track area, whatever the hell you call it. I'm sure there's a word for it. I don't know what that is. Ryan goes after the two of them, and then gets injured again. He cuts himself or whatever. He keeps getting injured, this dude.
What in the heck? This is the Ryan gets injured episode.
Yeah, he's the most accident-prone guy in the series. And then they realize like Ryan had asked Johnny O how long does it take the train to get to the station, because he's trying to figure out how long the pause the time. So I guess you can do it for less than an hour, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, parameters of the curse are weird. They're chasing after him because he has the watch. He freezes time, so they're frozen on the train tracks. I guess they don't get run over. But I wish they had gotten run over by the train. That would have been a great ending to them. But no, I guess they get away and somehow get convicted of the killings. Some of these situations, I'm like, these people must get off because there's really no evidence if a cursed item is doing all the killing. But whatever. But again, she has stabbed people on her own, so I don't know.
I was saying by the blissful, she's got to put her very grumpy puppy in bed, I guess.
Mm.
But thank you for saying it was a great live.
Anyway, so we get the epilogue. The Jack knows a guy who runs a youth shelter. They say, is he a cool guy? And Ryan and Jack's like, yes, you can trust him. It'll be cool. Some people do care. And then Jack offers some of his his advice and wisdom. He says, "Old wood best to burn, old wine best to drink, and old plugs best to change." And Ryan goes, "Oh, where'd you hear that?" He goes, "From the tow truck guy who's checking the Irish 80s again." And that's the end of the episode. So it ends on a funny note. And that's the end of the episode. And I thought it was a fun episode.
I like the ones that kind of play with time a little bit. There was an episode of Tales from the was it
Dark Side Crypt?
No, it was Twilight Zone from the 80s, I believe. Where the lady, she's a wife and mother, and she finds this necklace in her garden when she's, planting flowers and stuff, and she's able to stop time with it. So,
okay.
But it comes at a price, because at the end of this episode, nuclear war breaks out between Russia and the United States. And guess what? She freaks out and she says, "Shut up." And everything just freezes except her. So the people are frozen on the TV that are announcing nuclear wars broke out and all that. And the last scene is so creepy. She walks out of the house and she's going out in the neighborhood and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see people frozen pointing at the sky. And then you see that nuclear warhead getting ready to hit. So if she says, "Start talking," or whatever it was that she said in the episode to get people talking again, then the nuclear warhead's going to hit and everybody's going to go bye-bye. So it's just, it's depressing, really. But it's a good episode. It's depressing and scary, too.
Then there's the other, well, it's not the stopwatch, but it's the Burgess Meredith one with the
wearing glasses.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Garrett's in here and he's saying, "Nice shirt, TJ."
Yeah, it's cool and rad, this shirt. Thank you.
So something else.
You tune in and you see your shirt. This episode, I don't know. I didn't watch it, so I can't remember anything about it.
I wanted to bring up something else about this episode before we
before we get to the night hugger.
Is the pocket watch got returned to the vault, but there's actually a second item that gets returned. It's mentioned but not explored, and that's the chalice of Sakmar. And it got returned to the vault. I think they talked about it earlier in the episode. But they just mentioned it. They didn't go into absolute detail. Okay.
Yeah, because that's like they must, it's like we can't see everything they collect. So it's like sometimes they're just finishing something or they're starting, because the one episode way back, they like they mentioned something that was the next episode or whatever. But yeah, anyway.
So I'm going to go through this one really quickly. We're almost 4 hours in.
Yeah.
I feel like we went through these pretty quickly and it still took some time.
Yeah, I'll get a full shot of the shirt for the.
There you go for Garrett. Okay, so this episode is Night Hunger. And it's written and directed by people I've never heard of. So I'm not going to talk about that. And the cursed antique in this case is a silver chain necklace. So this story basically concerns Mickey, or Mikey, I guess, rather, who's an angry young man. That's not an unknown subject in these episodes.
Yeah.
So his father, Dominic, owns a hardware store next to Curious Goods. And his father is also physically and emotionally abusive. So we see a bunch of flashbacks where Dominic is constantly telling Mikey he's a loser, he's a wimp, he's worthless, on and on and on. And the reason why he does this is because in Dominic's mind, he thinks if he's tough enough on Mikey, he would really make something of himself. But
Oh,
as we know, that never turns out
yeah.
well. So on his 16th birthday, Mikey wanted a car, and so Dominic doesn't just go out and get him a car. He gives him a blank key and suggests that he come back when you're worth something, and maybe you'll have a car to go with it.
Nice
Okay.
dad.
Yeah,
Nice dad.
real nice. In Dominic's mind, having a car was a sign of manhood. So then, okay, here's another connection with Uncle Lewis. So Mikey started spending a lot of time with Lewis. As we later find out, Lewis gave him a silver chain to wear the key around his neck, making it a real gift. So that was kind of like, it reminds me of the episode about Ryan's father, where he talked about Uncle Lewis giving him all these gifts when he was growing up. And then, of course, he ended up giving him the pipe that he used to kill people.
Yeah, people he likes, he gives cursed items to.
Right. So it's the eve of Mikey's 21st birthday. Dominic comes into Curious Goods, hoping to get him a gift and rebuild the relationship.
Mm.
Jack doesn't know why Mikey would be interested in anything from the shop, and Dominic reveals that Mikey used to hang around a lot when Lewis ran the place. They need to pick some new friends. They need to quit being friendly with Lewis. I think that's the takeaway from these
Yeah.
episodes. So Jack shows him some stuff in the back. Mickey and Ryan go through the manifest. They find nothing, but that doesn't rule out a gift. So Mikey's a car guy. He works at a garage and he races at night racing, I guess. I don't know. Um, and Dominic, his father, used to be a racer as well. So what Mikey's trying to do, he's trying to impress his father.
He reminds me of Corey from from oh, that movie. That's hilarious.
Okay, so more than anything, Mikey wants to race the deacon, uh, who's his childhood rival. Okay, see, that kind of stuff never turns out well either. You don't want to go up against your childhood rivals. Okay, so uh, Deacon runs a gang of street racers and insists that Mikey race his guys before he races against him.
Mm.
First up is Dead Boy. Mikey beats him easily thanks to his cursed key and chain that Lewis ended up giving to him. Mikey kills someone, then dips the key in their blood, which, I don't know, that's kind of interesting. He uses the key in his ignition and wins the race. So Dead Boy thinks he cheated, and so after some pouting and foot stomping, Dead Boy turns over the keys. And there's several more races. And let's see, yada yada yada. And let's see. Mikey kills Dead Boy, crushing him between the car and the fence.
Isn't his name ironic?
Yeah, exactly. Dead Boy gets dead. So Ryan, of course, doesn't think anything's out of the ordinary at the street race. But when Jack finds an article about a serial hit and runner, Ryan goes back to the race, and Mickey helps Jack go through Lewis's paperwork. That meticulous Uncle Lewis paperwork, I guess. At the race, Deacon sheds a little light on Mikey's background, including that he only got a car last year right after his mother died. So, sounds like maybe Mikey might have killed his mother to get a car.
Possible.
So, um, So we go on with a little more stuff, and I'm kind of skipping around because there's no sense in going through every bit of this stuff. So
Yeah, don't read the whole book.
I'm not going to do that. So, some people end up dying, and we see some demonic stuff. Of course, anytime you talk about Uncle Lewis, you got to talk about demonic things. So, 3 weeks later, Ryan and Mickey are frustrated. They can't find Mikey's car, and Mickey doesn't think they ever will. Mikey was released from hospital, and so they split up just like a Scooby Doo cartoon or a horror movie.
Let's
And,
split up, gang. Zoinks!
yeah, so Mickey goes to check the garage.
Velma said jinkies. It must be a clue.
Ryan goes to the drive-in, a popular spot for racing. No, you know what? You know what Ryan's probably doing? He's probably looking for his next girlfriend.
Or his next victim, because I think he kills people. we think it's the curses. No, it's Ryan's a murderer. This one.
So now Mikey's looking pale and demonic. And
yeah, they drew some black under his eyes, and they put some pancake makeup on him. He's evil.
He still wants to race, so Deacon finally gives in at this point. They will race in 3 hours. Ryan pulls up to Mikey and quits pussyfooting around. He knows about the key. So Ryan's trying to put the heat on Mikey. That's why I know about that key. I know about that chain you got from Uncle Lewis. I guess that's what he's telling. And he tries to relate to Mikey over their crappy fathers because Ryan never had a good relationship with his own father. But Mikey can't be swayed. He's going to race. So Mickey's at the garage. He's surprised to find Mikey's car. Maybe it drove itself. Kind of shades of Christine there, in my opinion.
Well, like Mikey has that 50s look, so that might be definitely a Christine.
So now Mikey's eyes start glowing, and Mickey's going to get the hell out of Dodge. She's running. I would run too.
She's not.
Ryan is coming by, so she jumps in the Mercedes, and they zoom out there. Mikey's car returns to the garage. Dominic is there waiting for his son and asks how he did that. Mikey taunts him. So Mickey, Ryan, and Jack get back together at the store. And so they don't think they can get the chain from Mikey without killing him.
Mm-hmm.
So Jack suggests a more psychological approach. Isn't that just like Jack to come up with a psychological approach to this? They actually do mention Christine in here. In hopes of convincing Mikey to stop playing Christine with his car. Dominic comes in and admits that he was tough on Mikey as a kid, telling him that the other kids were better than him, especially Deacon. Now, if he beats Deacon, he also gets back at you, Jack says. Jack's still being philosophical. Even though Lewis had a hand in it, it was Dominic who turned Mikey into who he is today. Mickey and Ryan arrive at the race. They're too late to stop it. So they watch as Mikey and Deacon race. Suddenly, Dominic appears out of nowhere in his truck and races towards Mikey. 2 cars collide at full speed and explode in a massive fireball. So Mickey and Ryan find the key and the chain amidst the wreckage. It was about the only thing left. Of course, we know the cursed objects can't be destroyed. Ryan gives it a good polish before it goes back in the vault. Why? I got to ask this question of why would Ryan give it a good polish? Just throw the damn thing in the vault and lock it up.
So we can yell at him for being stupid.
I guess. Yeah, even though I didn't get to really fully concentrate on this episode, I'm going to say this was probably not one of my favorites, even though it had a kind of a Christine connection. Uncle Lewis resurfaces just by people talking about him. He doesn't actually show up in the episode unless it's, I mean, there could have possibly been a flashback I missed. Um,
There's a flashback, but it's just a clip we've seen before. It's not like it's a
oh,
new
a new one.
one of his laughing.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, we get it. He's
But, ooh, well, just a little hint at things to come. So the next episode, not that we're going to talk about tonight, but next time,
no.
Art
Done.
Handle. Art Handle is going to be on the next episode that we talk.
Ah.
So,
By the way, the next two should be 8 and 8, right?
yeah, I think that's what you said, like 10, 8, and 8.
Yeah.
Okay. Works for me. So we still got 3 people in here, which is amazing at this late hour. It's almost midnight. But I hope you guys and gals have enjoyed this foray into Friday 13th, the series territory. And I also want to thank TJ.
For a Friday. No, that's not.
I want to thank TJ for being on here once again with me for this lovely episode.
Thank you.
And I'm guessing TJ will be with me for the remainder of these. We've only got one more season to cover. And that's not even a full season, is
No,
it?
it's like 10 episodes or something like that.
Okay. So that one will be really quick. We might be able to cover that entire 3rd season in one night.
Especially when we hate certain characters.
Yeah, exactly. So I want to also remind everybody that tomorrow night, I know I'm going to try not to compete with Dead Pit because evidently there's going to be a big announcement tomorrow night.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out who's going to be on.
I want to see who's going to be on there too. So hopefully they'll be doing it late because I'm not planning on mine being too awfully long, maybe an hour or so. And that'll be the first official episode or stream of Seductive Poison, the Resurgence. I didn't see Coco in here tonight. Perhaps she had something better to do than coming in here listen to us talk about these episodes. But if she listens to this later, Coco, you are still invited to come in live with me if you want to, or anybody else. I'll take anybody that wants to come on. TJ, if you want to come on, you can come on.
Will I be seductive or poison?
You can be either. Whatever, you can be both if you want to. So, but Blissful would probably say this if she was still in here. She'd say you have to wear the smoking jacket.
My money's for specific things.
Not gonna be
If I
buying.
get I should put up a PayPal on my Twitter or Instagram and say anybody just wants to give me money, go ahead.
There you go. Yeah, but you give you're the statistics man, TJ. You always know the answer or know where to find it really quickly when somebody asks something. So
Yeah, I hate when someone gets something before I do. I'm like, I was typing that stuff.
oh yeah, I hate that. Like at work, a lot of times they will give like Starbucks gift cards for somebody that answers the question correctly first. I'm like, damn, I wanted to get that. But
sometimes it's like I have a typo and I have to correct it. I'm like, no, if I didn't correct it, I would have had it first if I hit send.
So I guess that's it for the night. And on that note, I'm going to skedaddle on out of here for the night. And I will see everyone on the flip side. Everybody have a good night. TJ,
stay rad.
Yeah, and stay rad. Garrett, if you're still in here, you'll be so proud of TJ. He was representing all over the place tonight. So I just need to make sure he gets a Deadites on Deck shirt so he can represent for me. Because that's whose damn stream he's on. He's on mine. Nah, I'm kidding.
I don't have a shirt.
Okay, you will before long, TJ. Trust me.
Okay.
Okay. But you got to send me your size so I know what So,
All right.
okay. So I'm out of here. TJ's out of here. Everybody's out of here. And I will see everybody next time. Good night, everybody.